Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Valerian, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe, no matter what the cost. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, so that her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister and the Citadel is more necessary than ever. Tantan, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him, and how much worse the next war could be. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, yet even in the midst of doubt, hope remains. Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but they aren't the only ones sitting at the table. As the shadows gather, will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief tied to the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Arulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a Warforged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. Capturing one of the Claw's most powerful lieutenants and sent to negotiate peace with the nation of Thrain, they survived another assassination attempt and saved the Thrain's leader from the continent-wide vengeance of the Undying Court, only to discover they'd been betrayed by an ally who was not as she seemed. Now the King's Citadel must stop the Emerald Claw once and for all, using their new knowledge and new allies to finish the Claw and gain the information they need about the Oracle of War before it's too late. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, stop the Emerald Claw, and discover the deepest plans of the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world within and without Salvation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody, to Season 5, Engines of War. As we continue on with the King's Citadel, it is nice to hear that music again. And wow, Big Red 40 Tech, shots fired. You assume that they won't be able to do that. But, I mean, this is the King's Citadel. I mean, let's go. They can do this. But it's a pleasure to see everyone here. Welcome, Argonauts, to a Saturday stream. It is March 15th. We are literally halfway through the month of March in 2025. And it is day 71 of D&D with I&B. This is Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron, Oracle of War. This is Season 5, Engines of War. And this is Part 2 of Dream Eater, as they are getting ready to move, as they are heading into the end game here, or closing in on the end game, the final stage, the home stretch, if you will, of Eberron. Before we go any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, and if you are watching over on YouTube, welcome. Thank you. Please subscribe to me over there. It's free for you to do that, but it really does make a difference to us, so please do that, and thank you. Discord is !ArvCord. You can hang out with the Argonauts in between streams. Twitter is !ARV tweets until that hell site completely collapses. Blue Sky is the place that I'm trying to send most people for social media stuff. That's !ARV. Please do follow me over there. The website for all this, arvinelleron.com. And I do want to remind everybody that the Hearthglow podcast, my limited run podcast set in my Forbidden Library universe, is going to be coming to an end next month. The last recorded session is happening in a little less than 2 weeks, and then the final session will be a live event, live D&D event at Sacred Heart University, right there in Fairfield, Connecticut, and you will be able to join us on Friday, April 11th from 4 to 8 p.m. Eastern, and at the Shine Auditorium. It's part of their Literary Spring event. Very excited that we'll be able to have Hearthglow wrap up in a live event that way, and will set us up nicely for perhaps future events in that Forbidden Library universe. So I will have links for tickets and all that stuff coming soon. But again, mark your calendars. If you are in the northeastern United States, somewhere around Connecticut, you can definitely stop by and join us. Would love to see you there. And again, it is the concluding event of Hearthglow, which will be a good time. If you have not done so, that's funny, imaginary. I can see that. I can see that for sure. If you have not already done so, please consider supporting us on the financial side with !ARV shop. That's my merchandise area where you can get stuff relating to various campaigns, including this one. Several of us are repping proudly I&B material and swag tonight. You can do the same thing. Help the channel and get cool swag for yourself. If you haven't already done so, please consider as well supporting us by supporting the Patreon. !ARV would really love to get that into triple digits again. As we are moving up, it really does help, so please do consider that. And if you haven't already done so, please consider subscribing to the channel, as Tren was kind enough to do, with that 69-month streak. Very nice, very nice. Where you can get custom sub badges and emails to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, and of course, inspiration to help our players in their various tabletop endeavors. On the publishing front, !Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts, !Library, that's my Tales and Tomes in the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book in the aforementioned Hearthglow universe from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And if you have not already done so, check out Greyshade. That's my Greyshade IP. Greyshade Renegade Heretic, the Grey Assassin Trilogy, available right now at that link from Athos Arts. You can also get the audiobook of Greyshade from our very own Trent Sparks, about whom more in a moment. And you can also pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade coming out from Alligator Alley Entertainment. That will be released at Gen Con this year, which is in August. Very awesome. And again, that is designed by, also to be heard more from shortly, Brandon O'Brien. So you can check that out as well. Please do support us by supporting those things and checking those things out. And as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. !Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And !Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message that we will stand by others in that situation in the future. Quick note about schedule. I was not here, of course, on Thursday. I was cheering on the Yukon Huskies, who did in fact win. They then lost the next day, sadly, to Creighton, but they will be in the NCAA tournament, so that's awesome. But tonight, go St. John's, my university of 22 plus years that I've been teaching at. So go St. John's tonight as they try to win the Big East tournament. But I was not here on Thursday, but I am here today, and after this I will be back to normal in terms of streams pretty much for a while, and that's going to be including on Tuesday when we have the Gamebook illustration stream with Tari Tunes, and then more of Neverwinter Nights Doom of Icewind Dale over on GOG.com's Twitch channel with Pen and Pixels. That's what we got going on. And next Thursday, Expeditions Rome. Very excited to get back into that. With all of that said, I'm going to unmute myself so the folks know we're ready to go. I will apologize to whoever I interrupted because I couldn't hear them. And then I will unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I will head over to reveal to you the crew. They are here. They are prepared. They are ready to go. And I have no doubt that they will be able to, hang out with halflings on dinosaurs. I can't imagine why there would be any problem with that whatsoever. So it's going to be a good time. It is really good to see this group. Yeah, and I am therefore happy to introduce, starting at the bottom left of the ziggurat, as per usual, our very own Tren Sparks. It is good to see you, Tren. Tren made a very unusual reference in the green room to hearing Trini accents in Buckaroo Banzai. It did make sense, but it was not something I would have expected. But it's good to see Tren here. How you doing? How is life and the universe with you? And who are you playing this evening?
Just need to hit enter on a message that I'm sending to Marie. There we go. And then mute my stream because I hearing myself with like a 2-second delay. What was the question?
How you
right,
doing?
how am I doing?
Playing?
Yes, yeah, right, yeah. So I'm playing this guy who is starting to seem a lot more morally gray as time goes on.
Yeah.
And I would reach for my gray shade books, which are normally in a big stack. Well, they're in a stack that is big. They are not a whatever. But I recently bought a bookshelf, and that's the book box. That the shelf itself is actually over there with all of my, well, most of my, some. Oh my God! I just realized there's like 3 dozen other, oh God. Anyway, it's over there. And so I can't just reach over there and go, look, morally gray. Anyway, yeah, so this guy, Weller Pitt, no, oh man. Okay.
What you got this?
Not Weller Pitt. We haven't jumped all the way back to Fifely.
Not Weller
I keep waiting. I keep waiting for that moment.
Oh, it just, I mean, he could actually show up. Fifely,
yes, I suppose. I suppose.
Anyway, yeah, playing a guy whose name is thank you, Miatantan Tagashanti Kenneth, the House of Kenneth, the House of Meeking, the House of Bastards, except maybe him. Well, anyway, so minor recap, mostly to remind Greg that when we left off, we were about to experiment with a healing potion.
Yes.
Anyway, so yeah, I, however, am Tren Sparks. I am apparently I talk for a living.
I was like, I don't know if I really want to. Do we need to prompt you for that? Like,
maybe. Yeah. Apparently so. The rest of us just not going well. So we should probably go to the bar.
All right. We will do that. But you should check out all of Tren's amazing voice narration work because he's an exceedingly good narrator. Can confirm. And if you have listened to any audiobooks that have been recorded from the BattleTech universe in the last several years, and even a couple of the Shadowrun things, I believe, you may have heard Tren's voice. Or if you were to get a certain Gray Shade audiobook, just saying. There's that too.
Repent!
Repent! Always a pleasure to have Tren with us, and also a pleasure to have Marie with us. Marie, it's good to see you. You were looking rested. I understand that there was a recent vacation that was taken, and I have also. You may have seen that Marie previously sent a shot online via social media about things that she was eating. So we are braced and prepared for all of the delicious food that she undoubtedly has eaten since sending the tweet. I have no doubt that there's just even more now since then. So how are you, Marie? How's all the awesome food you're eating, and who are you playing tonight?
I'm good. I'm very good. I just went to a cottage with a writing friend since Sunday to just yesterday, and was writing and eating and drinking and hot tubbing and running in the snow barefoot and making snow angels in our bathing suits, and then going down.
This is the experience of writers, by the way. Everyone does this. Just in case you're curious. That's how we all. Really.
That's how the brain gets going.
That's it. That's the muse.
Yeah, it's the only way. And then when we were leaving we were on a fairly steep hill, going leaving, and it was sheer ice, and the car was like going like that, and then like that, and we were ping ponging off of the edges. And then I was going, well, because we'd done snow angels, and the snowbank was really hard, so we launched ourselves into it wearing like our bathing suits, and then we were like doing the snow angel part, and our arms were all scraped because it was like layers of ice underneath it. That's how you do it in Canada. Anyways, and then when we were leaving and we were bouncing off the snowbank, so I'm looking off the side, I'm like, ooh, that's a cliff. And then I'm like, oh, we're fine, because I'm like, we tested the snowbanks with our asses. They're hard. We know they're hard. But then I didn't think the driver, my friend, was driving. I didn't think she'd think it was funny. So I kept it to myself until we were safely at the bottom of the hill, and I'm sure the car is fine. But anyways, yeah, it was such a good time. And then, so I finished Empire Breaker, like it's off to copy edit.
Congratulations.
Like, thank you. It was a slog. I got to the end, and then it took me 6 hours to realize I was still depressed, and maybe I should like put some hope back into my book. But anyways, really good ending. I'm happy. And I Carrie pointed out to me that perhaps I was doing you all an unkindness by continuously speaking about the baked goods that she makes here with love, and then not being able to share it with you. And then she started to be concerned for my friends and how perhaps they would dump me, and then she'd be stuck with just me, and I would have no more friends and nobody would talk to me. And so anyway, so I just shared with you a picture of the delicious chocolate cream pie that she made today with whipped cream topping. It had a bit of coffee flavor too in the
It
chocolate
is
filling.
my favorite pie.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it. I swear to God.
Well, I'm really
right,
glad
oh.
I didn't tease you with it, Dan. I am super glad I didn't.
Mermaid
All
begins the
incoming
adventure.
damage going to
I was going to
Mermaid
say,
this
Mermaid
session.
takes
Yeah,
100
no.
psychic damage. What?
Oh,
From where?
oh.
Like, oh, well, just it happens
It just
sometimes.
Problem. Huge pie falls out of the sky.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
Crushed by a chocolate cream pie. Oh, man.
Kicked out of the game.
Oh, exactly. Oh, God.
But yes, I am playing Mirimi Hawksmoor. I am a Kalishtar, sort of bard, sort of college bard. I am very excited to be here, traveling the world, and we're going to see dinos. And my sister, played by Jennifer Brozak, is going to get to ride a dinosaur, and I'm super stoked about this.
I cannot wait. I'm waiting for the whole montage sequence where Nisiana gains the trust of the halflings of the Talenta Plains and thus is given her own mount, and we'll get to name it something awesome. Yeah, I'm sure that will all occur in our extensive side edition that isn't going to take 4 sessions that we're going to do elsewhere.
Mirimi's already working on the song. Do
Right?
not
No, I know. I
disappoint.
was waiting for that. I know. It is always a pleasure to have Marie with us. It is also a pleasure, of course, to have Brandon O'Brien with us. Once again, Brandon is not sitting next to me this time in my office. Brandon is now back at home. And I was enjoying very much the wincing and anguish on Brandon's face as Marie was relating the whole. So then we, with our bathing suits, snow angels, and our arms were scraped and we were heading down the hill. And, we learned a lot about Brandon during his visit here, about his love for snow and ice and cold conditions. And so I just figured.
Do not lie to the people.
How are you?
I
How are you doing?
am very glad to be in the tropics now, where snow doesn't happen. Earlier off screen, Jennifer was describing sleet to me, and I looked it up on Wikipedia and went, the fact that there are parts of the US that have a sliding scale of weather that goes from uncomfortable to deadly
Yeah.
sounds untenable
Mm-hmm.
to me to a grand degree.
Mhm.
So y'all were glad that you had me, and the next time you ever need me to be in Connecticut, it'll be in June.
Yeah.
Um,
He's like, I had a great time. Invite me in June. I'm like, yeah, I'll get on.
you
that.
know what? We didn't get, because we didn't stream last week. I wanted to mention the fact that Greg, this was like the last week, Thursday or Friday, I can't remember, had shared a photo of his perfectly dry, perfectly unsnowed driveway, which would be like unremarkable to most other people, except if you have had the experience of every day for a week, needing a chaperone to ensure that you do not slip on a piece of ice and die while getting from the
The
house
chaperone
to the
was
car.
Marie, who was like very amused by the idea that this was a problem. Marie was like, "Oh, that's so
No,
so cute. You have snow and ice." Pat on the head, and like Brandon's like, "This is a hellscape of nightmarish disaster."
I was a safety Canadian. Everyone
It really
needs
was
one of
safety
them.
Canadian. Oh yeah.
I was ready
Like-
to catch you, Brandon.
No, I absolutely believe you, and I absolutely believe that there were circumstances that where you would absolutely need to catch me, or else I would be a pile of Brandon right now. I don't like. Y'all could choose to live anywhere else. Like y'all could be in places where the sun shines more often than it presently does.
The tyranny of the sun.
Oh God. Oh my Lord. Please be safe, everyone. Jen, I know that you are presently going through it. I hope that no random weather occurrences happen. One of these days, I literally imagine one of these days we're gonna be on stream and like Iceman from the X-Men, we're just gonna see shards of blue ice just kind of penetrate the window to your right, and we're just gonna have to hope they don't stab you. So yes, please take care of yourself. A reminder to everybody that if you are nominating for the Hugos, you are out of time. It's 17 hours past now. If you haven't nominated anything right now, you are out of luck. I hope that you got your best books in before you ran out of time. Please tell me that you nominated poems. Please tell me that you nominated
I did. I
poems.
specifically went and looked them up.
Yes! Oh my God! I am genuinely so excited but so trepidatious about the best poem Hugo. I hope that people have been reading. I hope that people have been finding things that they enjoy reading. Because for the next 2 months, over on the WorldCon blog, I'm gonna now teach you all how to think very deeply about the poems that you already like. But yes, I am very excited to now play Rowan Shallow, the wild magic sorcerer on this team, whose wild magic is gun, and who has probably never seen a dinosaur before. I'm not sure yet. We'll figure that out as we play. But I suspect I've never seen a dinosaur
I think
before.
I've seen a dinosaur before.
That's interesting. Yeah, I hadn't. Oh, well, that's gonna be cool. We shall see. I am very excited for that. Yes, I am excited for all of those things that can confirm about the poetry and everything else. You should absolutely do that and be ready to vote when the nominations are all released and all that stuff, and the voting itself begins.
When the finalist list comes out, which I am guessing should only be a couple of weeks from now.
I would think, yeah. I would think so. Yes, totally agree with all of that, and thank you, Brenna. It was great having you and Marie both there, and it's good to have you here now. And it is also good, of course, to have Jennifer Brozek, who I will be seeing in a few short months in the Pacific Northwest. It's good to see you, Jen. How is life in the universe with you and your currently being held cat, and whom are you playing this evening?
This particular cat, Nina, is still very grumpy that we have kittens that
Still
exist.
grumpy, yeah.
Yep. So, and it doesn't help that the boy will antagonize her and then she'll go after the girl, which is not great.
Wow, yeah.
So we are still living in the house of hisses and growls, but not as much, but still kind of crazy, especially when they wake us up from a dead sleep at 6 o'clock in the morning with a fight under our bed.
Oh, charming.
Yay.
That was a thing.
Oh, wow.
Just a storm of fur rattling underneath.
Well, it was just, have you ever heard cats fight?
Yeah,
There's a lot of yowling, and it's like literally under you. Yeah, this one got a timeout after that. She got put in a room for an hour just to be like, you will chill now.
Wow.
How am I doing?
It's an interesting title, by the way, The House of Hisses and Growls.
I know. I really should get an anthology or something out on that.
The House of Hisses and Growls, that's right.
The House of Hisses and Growls. What you cannot see is that Mimir is over here. Okay. How am I? I'm busy. I'm very busy. I'm hopeful. I probably has a tinker's chance in hell of getting nominated for the Hugo, but you know what? I gave it a good college try. The magazine is under control. The novella line's under control. The first fiction line is under control. My writing is the rubber ball that's currently bouncing, but I really need to get back to that because I have a couple of stories due to soon, and one of them will be for this anthology here, this Kickstarter anthology, for those of you who are writers, there is an open call for pirate themed anthology, which I will be doing a Mythos story called More Than Blood in the Water. So please
That's Watar, just to be clear. If you're just
Watar,
yeah.
yes. You know, pirates make very bad decisions. There's just a lot going on, and I'm deeply involved in Worldcon. I'm deeply involved in my editing. I'm having some very, very interesting conversations with people from different, very, very well-known companies who would like to talk to me about some things,
Cool.
which is great.
Yeah.
The kittens are well. Nobody has broken anything. Oh, well, no. Well, Freya broke something recently, but it's just things. Not her.
I was gonna say, just as long as it's not her, yeah.
Not her this time.
Yeah, that's good.
And I am playing Nisiana Di Jarasco from the House of Healing, aka the house that's currently boned by whatever the hell.
That's funny. The house currently screwed by the circumstances.
Oh.
Yes, with the whole negative energy. I found my note and I'm like, oh, that's a terrible note to have, which I will put in chat so chat can understand what's going on as well. And Jennifer is very excited about the whole dinosaurs and halfling things and not being the shortest person in the room all the time anymore. But I am realizing, I don't think she's ever thought about where they're going or dinosaurs or where her family's from or any of that. I really don't think she's ever thought of it. So that's going to be exciting. And I really hope she does get to ride a dinosaur. That will be exciting.
I am excited for that as well. And we shall see if it happens. I don't want to promise ahead of time, but yes.
We are currently in not an atmospheric stream. We are currently in it just a simple old storm, which is very windy. So I don't think power's going to go out, but it blinked yesterday a couple of times, and we're going through the whole sun, rain, sleet, hail, sun thing. And currently we're just in cloudy for the moment.
All right, we will keep that in mind and hope that that the wind holds out for long enough without the power going out. I know that feel about the wind situation in particular. But it's good to have Jen with us as always, and it is also good to have John with us. John Helfers, who has joined us with an ever increasing background. There's always more, and I believe I see the brain back there, if I'm not mistaken, behind you. Is that accurate?
My spirit animal.
Okay, good. I just want to be clear.
Oh, brain. I thought
the brain, yeah. Well, I mean, listen. How are you, John? How's life in the universe with you? And
I'm
and who are you
good.
playing?
I'm looking forward to Nisiana of the Talenta Plains, the 12 episode limited series you're going to do.
Yes.
Absolutely. When she just renounces her house and goes to ride dinosaurs everywhere.
Yells Crom a lot.
Right, absolutely. Yes. Nisiana's a dino hunter. I'm good. We actually have a lot of wind here, like an inordinate amount of wind in Green Bay, which is not usual. It's very not normal. Like we had a gale warning for most of today. Like, okay,
wow,
that's different. So, but our power stays on. We have a more apparently robust infrastructure than Seattle, which is, I find also weird because I know that power outages happen there fairly regularly, which for a metropolitan area like that, I just find it odd. But we're good. We're all fine here. It's all good.
Infrastructure and hills.
Yes.
Yeah.
Build pulls on hills. You run things up hills and down hills. Things. Marie takes cars down hills. The Dukes of Hazzard over in Canada. It's all good.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's great to be back. It's great to be playing. For those, I want to shout out Big Red 40 Tech, who has been not mouthing off to the channel, but I was unaware that he was a lurker or a watcher. I, for some reason, did not catch that he was here. It's awesome. He does a lot of Battletech related content, actually all Battletech related content. Awesome guy. Yep. I will be seeing him in Milwaukee next week. about a week and a half apart from as we go into Adepticon 2025. So our con season starting for Catalyst Game Labs. We're very excited about that. Adepticon is a great way to kick off. It's a lot of fun, and it's only an hour and a half away from me, so I can drive there. So
Nice.
it's great. I'm looking forward to it. So if anyone's in the area, swing on by. You will not would not be disappointed. Play some BattleTech, meet some folks. We have Mike Stackpole, Brian Young, Jason Hansa, Phil Lee's going to be there, just a whole bunch. And, of course, the usual crew, Lauren, Randall Bills. Everyone's going to be there.
Rem Alternus will be there for those of you who are vocalist folks.
Actually, no.
Well. Not will not be there.
She's going to be going to GaryCon.
Oh, that's right. I knew that. That's right. That's right. I forgot. Never mind. Well, but still.
Yep. She's close. She's in the same state.
That's
so,
right.
But yeah, she's over in lovely Lake Geneva. Anyway, so yes, I'm John Helvers. I work with everyone here in some various capacities, sometimes multiple ones. I'm the executive editor at Catalyst Game Labs, but tonight I'm playing Alarion, the Starforged Aegis, and having a lot of fun, and not being, at least as far as I know, I'm not being affected by the negative energy. It's leaking onto the plane of existence or whatever the hell is happening.
Funny you should mention. No, it's time to show you the fine print. The Starforged is filled with healing energy. God damn it! Literally, you move 5 points. 5 points.
20, but no.
Yeah, you're just bleeding
anymore.
out all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Just constantly bleeding out. But always a pleasure to have John with us. And yes, with no further ado, let's talk a little bit about what happened in our last session. Let me fire up some music there. We are still sitting in the Maror Holds, although not for much longer. Yes, in our last session, the King's Citadel has come to the Maror Holds, or actually was still in the Maror Holds, I should say, had other people that had gone back to Salvation, has joined the folks in the Maror Holds because the leaders of the Maror Holds recognize the threat that is posed by the Emerald Claw. For those of you who missed the epic battle against Spinweave, first of all, I recommend you go see it. It was awesome. But secondly, the epic battle against Spinweave happened after Spinweave had revealed that the Emerald Claw is trying to basically break this seal to open up what they think will be a sort of a portal to power for them. The problem is that it will also be a portal to the realm of death, and what that probably means is that death may sweep over all of the planet of Eberron and destroy it. I know that we've never read stories about people who assume that surely the leopards won't eat my face, says the leopard eating party. So I imagine that there's some knowledge about this out there in the audience, but the King's Citadel, having found this, also needs to find out how to stop it and how to find exactly where the Emerald Claw is and do so in time. And the only way to do that is to find someone who understands a great deal about the realm of the dead, and that is where they were told about a character from the Talenta Plains, a character who's known as the Dream Eater, which belongs to the Droshtar. That is a league of orc tribes who have warred with the dwarf clans for many generations and who believe that the spirits of the dead guide the living through dreams. But the Dream Eater was cast out from her tribe because of her radical views on death and magic. She specializes in destroying spirits, which is very useful for something like this, which is dealing with the realm of spirits and the realm of the dead. And the last that they knew, the Marorhold dwarves, the Dream Eater had been found in the Talenta Plains. Now, the Talenta Plains are a vast sort of flat open area in which barbarian halflings, or halfling barbarians, I should say, ride dinosaurs, and in which there's a lot of awesome stuff that happens. I don't think I even need to go more than that. It's very Jurassic Park, but with halflings. But
it's all made of a corn mash, kind of.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. And so, and while making this delicious polenta, anyway, so they do this, but it is also a dangerous place because it is where the line between the world of the dead and the world of living is in some ways the weakest. And it also ties into an issue that has become increasingly problematic, and that is that healing magic is not working properly or not working the way that it should be intended, which brings us back to what Jen was talking about with Nisiana, because during the course of this, the King's Citadel is going to be dealing with negative energy. What that means is that anytime a creature uses a spell or power to heal another creature, they will gain negative energy points that are equal to the hit points healed by the target. And when a creature's total negative energy points equals or or exceeds their current hit points, they gain vulnerability to all damage and have disadvantage on death saving throws. You can get that down by, with negative energy points, by dealing damage to an enemy and reduce their total negative energy points by an equal amount to the damage that they conducted. This is a big problem for the healers in the group, and I remember hearing some people talking beforehand about who exactly it was going to affect. Clearly, it's going to affect Nisiana, but it may also, and we're going to discover whether this is true in a moment, affect the people who were responsible for constructing other healing items. Those like, for example, Miatantin Taksha Kenneth of the House of Kenneth, who has made a healing bracelet and has, potions and an arcane jolt, I believe, and other things that can allow some healing properties. That might affect him too. Not that there's a problem with losing your healers. I mean, what could possibly go wrong in those circumstances? But this may be a big challenge for the King's Citadel to overcome. It's fortunate that the King's Citadel has proven themselves capable of overcoming obstacles as well. As we pick up the party's adventure, the King's Citadel is just about to leave for the Talenta Plains, but there were two things that they needed to do. One, any last bit of conversation for Hilar, although I do want to advise the party, please, last bit means like a minute or less, because I want us to get rolling down to the Talenta Plains here. But also testing out that healing potion to see whether or not the healing potion is going to have an impact in terms of negative energy. And so with that, I'm going to hand things back over to the party, which had just gotten this revelation from Hilar about the prospect of what has been directing them through the adventure. Because I forgot one other revelation last time. They also were told by Sulring Moranin, who is the constructor, the creator of the Oracle of War, that the Oracle of War's powers come in part from 3 genies which are captured within it. And that something within the Mournland, when it was there, something within the Grey, has warped and distorted not just the genies, but the Oracle, meaning the Oracle is doing things it was never constructed to do. Therefore, it may not be that the party has been brought hither and yon by circumstances out of fate, or by hither and yon because someone is trying to set them up, but rather because the Oracle has decided it wanted them to go different places as well. Is that true? Who can say? But with that, I'm going to hand things... Well, I mean, I can say, but I'm not going to. And so I will now hand things over to the party and ask, what would you like to do? You've just heard this thing from Hilar about perhaps it is them that's actually controlling, the Oracle, which is telling you what to do. So has just said that. So what would the party like to do or say?
What did we decide with Hilar? Is he coming with us? Not coming with us? He's keeping the Oracle? I don't recall how we ended that up.
He is not coming with us.
And
Okay.
I believe he is keeping the Oracle.
And that was why, because of those two
that
things.
Sounds familiar. Okay,
those connected things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Although
right,
he acknowledged, by the way, his guilt, which seems very legitimate, that he has not been able to come because he's been either tending to, the powers that be back in Brayland, or dealing with specifically the Oracle of War, because you don't all trust anybody else to handle it.
Well, he is a middle manager. That's what he does, so it's okay.
You never see Charlie with Charlie's Angels, right? You just see the
that's
Angels.
right. Yeah.
That's what it's about.
Exactly. There we go.
Okay, so does that mean we're just looking at the potion then, or is that?
I've got nothing. I mean,
okay.
I think as far as I'm concerned, I said everything that we need to say last time. So it's all
okay.
good.
All right. Well, then it's just the potion, I guess. So how do you want to handle this, Tanton? Like, what is your plan in terms of using it or whatever? Or maybe it's not just the potion. It might be the bracelet. I don't know.
One of us was injured, right?
Rowan.
I think. Right.
Yes.
Right. So she came in, and Tanton had taken the potion and said, "You made this, correct?" And she said, "Yes." And then Tanton handed it to whoever was injured and was like, "Here, drink this." And then if it was Rowan or whomever, or would it be whoever?
Ain't me.
It would be whoever in that case.
It's statistically likely to be me. I have 29 hit points.
Statistically likely.
Overwhelmingly statistically likely.
It's still a statistic. It's just a really high one. Anyway, so yeah, he hands the thing and he watches her, the alchemist who made it.
Okay. Rowan, are you drinking it?
Worst things have happened. I drink it right in front of Tantan.
Okay. So it
I
heals.
expect to die.
Right, you were crushed. No. It heals 6 points of damage to you as per normal, so you were back up to full. As it does so, you can see a faint reddish glow around the alchemist, who sort of grips her side as if she has this very bad stitch in her side or something, and kind of, sort of like lowers her head and gasps slightly.
Oh boy.
And she says, it's this sort of thing has been happening for a few weeks now. We've been unable to discover why. And Pilar kind of glances at all of you like,
Oh, no.
Brandon.
No, you're not muted. We just can't hear you.
Oh, that's even worse.
yeah, no, I hear you.
There you
Yeah, I hear you now. Yeah.
I have no idea what was happening. I would like to do an Arcana check.
Okay, sure.
Let me actually press a button then.
I just do it. I just check it. And now, I should have asked you this before. The Arcana check, you're trying to determine what with this?
I want to know if it's reasonable to assume that I've just transferred my pain to this person.
No, you don't think it's that. You do not get a sense that your healing affects it. It's not relative to you. It's relative to what they have done in the manufacturing or construction or summoning or, invoking the powers of healing. You do not actually think, Rowan, that it's you don't get the sense this is vampiric in nature. It is most definitely magical, but you don't think that it's related to something coming from you and going to them, no, or going from them to you.
But it is still related to me having consumed it.
Yes, that's right.
If I hadn't drunk the potion, they'd be fine.
Right. And the premise is if any healing, when healing occurs, the people who are responsible for the healing seem to be getting affected by this.
Mm-hmm. Do I get the impression that they're experiencing a vast amount of pain?
I wouldn't say vast, no. But it is more than just a little... kind of tweak the back. It's a little more than that. You can see even now that the alchemist is kind of standing a little bit straighter and so on, but is still kind of, you can see their face is drawn. And she says, I felt this before. So has apparently had this happen. And this has been, you had heard already, remember, last session we talked about the idea that all of the healers have been expressing issues relating to this.
Mm-hmm. Because we would have read the piece about it already.
Yeah.
So I'm like glancing between Tantan and the alchemist, and I go, this kind of puts us in a very precarious position in the event that we need to restore one of our allies' lives. Are there any solutions that we have in mind that won't cause this kind of trauma at all?
The only thing I can think of is that I know that some sects of healer have a sort of a magic that does, I guess, what they would term as vampiric healing, that it transfers life energy from one thing to them, which you would be both doing damage to them and healing to yourself. So how would that... I don't think it's really relevant to any of us, because I don't think any of us can do it.
That
Fair.
does, Greg, how would life transference work with this?
It would still summon. It would still. It would probably cancel out because you would be harming. No, because it's not even an attack. It wouldn't even. You would be, the life transference effect would probably double in effect, Isiana, right? In the sense that you would get the loss of hit points for you. Mm-hmm. It would go into them. Because you are healing them, you would then increase your negative energy points. Now remember, negative energy points do not drain your hit points, but once they reach that level that I talked about, you get, this disadvantage on death saving throws, and you get this other thing that I mentioned, which is important that I already forgot, which is the idea that you gain vulnerability to all damage. So it's not going to hurt you to do it, but it will make you very much more vulnerable to being hurt. And that's vulnerability to all damage.
So
all the
basically,
damage.
I'm gonna have to heal and then shoot somebody with my crossbow with smite to get the negative energy down,
Yep.
and then heal, and then
Yep, and you're gonna have to hit him when you do. If you attack and miss, doesn't help you.
yeah.
There are bacteria in the air that she's hitting with the arrow.
Sure, yeah, right, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
The butterfly effect working to good cause. Stamp it and stamp. So anyway, so that is what you learn from that experiment.
I mean, the only other way to fix this is if the healer and the victim can somehow plane shift. In another
I'm curious
dimension,
about
this would
another-
not be an issue.
Mm-hmm.
I'm suddenly curious about another thing, though.
Okay.
Tantin, I raised my healing bracelet. You made this, right? I punched myself in the face, and then I use the healing bracelet for one.
Are you using sunshine to punch yourself in the face?
Oh yes.
Shoot yourself in the face for 60 points of damage. Hey, Hilness, what's going on, man? Good to see you. Okay, let's see. I guess roll damage.
That which would be improvised.
Right, exactly. So just make it a strength check. You don't have to roll an attack. I assume you can punch yourself in the face. Just doing it. It would be funny if you critically missed an attack on yourself. I really wonder what that would look like. I guess you punched Tanton in the face in that event.
It's weird for me to make a strength check because my strength is -1.
Okay. So that would be what I should have asked you to do is roll. I think the damage for that. Let's say, let's just have you roll 1d4 -1 for the strength lag.
Mm-hmm.
Are you
so
kidding?
Minimum
me?
of one. Minimum of one.
That's right. It's minimum 1, but it is kind of funny. Like you just glancing blow. All right. So 0 points of damage. It's 1 point of damage, bludgeoning damage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then you use the healing bracelet. You said right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you use the healing bracelet, and what is that, Tanton? 1d4 plus something? What's the healing potion do? Healing bracelet?
The healing bracelets, I think, are 1d8 plus 5.
Okay, so go ahead and roll 1d8 plus 5.
But he can't heal more than, well, depending on how much damage he already has.
Well, no, he maxed out, so he was up to 88 again.
Yeah.
Because of the alchemist potion, so that's 87 out of 88.
So he can't heal more than 1 point.
Right. Although if I wanted to be a jerk, I could say it's just the amount healed, not whether it counts, but I won't do that. Okay, go ahead.
If I already healed
I guess
before,
it doesn't
then I'm
matter
just
because
getting
you're...
back the one.
Yeah, so it's not going to matter. Right,
point of
okay.
damage anyway.
Yes,
Right.
when that happens, Tanton, you feel a twinge of, I wouldn't call it pain. I would call it a hollowness, as if you felt in the pit of your stomach for a moment, as if something had been drained from you internally, and you have a negative energy point.
He's felt that many times before. So.
Mm-hmm.
I think the most recent time was on the merry-go-round.
Yeah, well, there are echoes of it for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So right now, you have 1. Now, this wouldn't affect you until you had 106 negative energy points, but there you go.
Do I notice anything at all?
On your way.
I would say you notice... I mean, it depends on what Tanton reveals, I guess. Like, I don't know if Tanton
He's
wants
not trying to hide anything, so he's probably just kind of...
All right. So it's all healing from any source, even a physically static one from someone who does not identify as a member of the House of Healing. That's unpleasant.
Yeah, and it would, even if I healed myself, what would probably happen is I would be healed, but I would also still gain all that negative energy.
That's
and
right.
become more vulnerable.
Or closer to when vulnerability occurs, yes. Yep. That's right. This is what happens when you mess around with the realm of Dolor, the realm of the dead. Not good.
So, secondary option. Can we think of any healers that we like so little that we'd rather they make all of our potions for us?
No. This is something we're just going to have to deal with.
I mean, we can deal with it only up to the point where we lose you.
Well,
as
Well,
soon as
Arv, how do you dispel the energy? How do you get rid
By
of it?
creating harm. If you the damage you inflict cuts down negative energy.
Right. See, it's a trade-off. There you go.
So if I'm healing in a battle, I also have to make the effort to harm in a battle.
And we'll have to be careful not to get as much as possible injured too badly as well.
Yeah.
She looks a bit sheepish when she says that.
Also,
A deadly
As
silence
you
falls on the room.
should.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you say that, and I like immediately share a very knowing glance with you in particular.
Yes, we're like,
Oh man.
now, when Rowan mentions, are there any healers that we know, or that we don't like a whole lot, that we could get to make all our potions. For as soon as he mentions making all of our healing potions, this expression of I don't think it would be regret, but worry very briefly passes over Tantin's face for just a flicker of a moment, and then he kind of steels himself and it's gone. But for those who are observant or just happen to be looking at him, it would be noticeable.
I just happen to be observant.
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah. I imagine you would notice it.
I very obviously like give you a look, but I'm not gonna ask you anything about it right now.
such talkers.
All right, we're all set, I think. Right?
I guess that just means I need to learn how to duck,
Better.
and you need to learn how to shoot.
Wait, were you addressing the
Luciana,
shooting?
do you have any weapons on you?
Have you not seen me with my crossbow? Oh wait, you
Right,
almost
yes.
did. Sorry.
I always see it just before I pass out, to be perfectly frank. Yes.
I am not incapable of harming things that need to be harmed. I'm also not willing to possibly accidentally kill a healer I have never met. Therefore, we need to go solve this problem sooner rather than later.
carefully, but yes.
Yeah, no random fireballs in the middle of the room. I look at Rowan.
Noted. I'll have you know, I don't even do fireballs anymore, but we'll
Okay.
see how best I am at whatever else I have remaining. Can we find a way to solve this problem without putting you in harm's way at all?
I'm
No.
working on it.
Well, currently not yet. I should not just say no, but I do not believe so. Until we meet this person who knows about things, and until we can stop the Emerald Claw, who, I'm tired of being shot by them, so
Same.
I wouldn't mind dealing with that.
Dealing with. Huh.
Ending them?
Works for me.
I have been told by my Baron that I need to learn how to harm, and now the Emerald Claw has told me I need to know how to harm someone. So, we have a job to do, and we're the only people who can do it. So, let's go be heroes, or shadows of heroes, a kind of gesture to Rowan, knowing, and deal with this. Plus, I've never been to the Hinterlands. I have no idea what they're like. Hinterlands? What was it called?
The Talenta Plains.
Talenta
I think is what
Plains.
we're
Oh,
looking at.
sorry. I've never been to the Talenta Plains. I have no idea what they're like.
No crossing the streams.
Then
They're
I don't think I've been there at all.
I imagine they're flat, but
yes, very very. I haven't seen them in a long time.
I'm going to ping my sister telepathically, just like when the I'm gonna say like I understand that you're probably gonna have to commit harm, but don't just be you. That's like Mirime is just like fractured little pieces there.
Okay, you're gonna have to use different English words. Yeah. She just kind of looks up at you and froze her brow.
Just I I know that you worry how your words affect others, but I worry how your Baron's words affect yours. That's all.
My Baron's words.
Because she said that you would need to learn to harm others. And that's not necessarily why you came in here. And I know that we all change. I'm not I'm not saying that you don't necessarily want to just heal anymore. But at the same time, if you're going to do harm, make sure it's something that you're okay with on some level.
So she just crosses her arms and looks at you.
I know, I know.
The expression on her face is basically, don't teach grandma to suck eggs. I know what I'm doing.
I know. I trust
It
you.
is very clear the sisters are having an argument of some.
Like I'm watching it happen, like table tennis. And then
She's
when the
crossing. She's crossing her arms. I'm like,
Everybody's just sitting there.
like, I know, but I came in here with a sword, and you came in here with healing magic. That's all. That's all.
I came in here with the faith of my God. That's what I came in here with. And she says that aloud.
And with that, Miss Mysterious Ways has finally spoken. I guess it's time for us to be heroes.
It's what?
And I just keep walking.
Which means I think that we head to the ship, if I'm not mistaken. Now, for those of you who have not seen or heard of this before, this is the King's Citadel owns personal airship called Thronehold's Hope. That was given to them after they successfully saved the Speaker of Thrain, who would otherwise, the Keeper of the Silver Flame, who would otherwise have not been around when that would have caused problems. And so they were gifted this airship. And so Thronehold's Hope is what is taken from them and is taken by them as they depart the Maror Holds. The journey itself is, let me bring you over actually to the map. Also, I'll note, congratulations to St. John's, the university I teach at. They just won their first Big East tournament in 25 years. So congratulations to them.
Oh, wow. Yay.
And
This is a sports ball thing?
yeah, this is sports ball.
Tiddlywinks.
My daughter made Wait a minute. My daughter has made strawberry shortcake. Marie, can you see? Marie, I want you to see the note. Can you notice the look? I just want that. I want you to note in the great detail, okay, that note that
It looks lovely.
It looks very good. I am so mad.
it really does.
Doesn't it feel good making
Thank you,
others feel that jealousy?
My wife confirms that it is really good, and so
yay.
all enemies will have inspiration going forward.
Now have her describe the flavor of it in iambic tetrameter. Go.
I think that I will never see a strawberry. No.
Lord.
Right. So, sorry, delicious, really. The travel down from the Maror Holds is fairly uneventful, which is not always the case with this crew when it comes to them and airships. But this time you do not encounter anything obvious as
exploding
I move the
airships? No, not at all.
and travel over the plane well above the sky. First of all, knock on wood. Thank you for the cheer again, Big Red. Isn't flying a hazardous form of travel, or is this fantasy universe more forgiving than real life?
Wow.
Well, you see,
I mean,
in this world, Big Red, the FAA gets invested in, not cut. Anyway.
Okay, hey, we still had an airship literally blow up under us while we were on it. So,
admittedly, yes, that's, and I believe we had a whole session of you falling, trying to prevent.
Yes,
that did occur.
50-50, Big Red. Yep.
However. So you travel with speed and without any apparent restriction or anything like that, or anyone following you for several hours as you head directly to the southwest. Finally, as your vessel descends from the Iron Root Mountains' gray peaks, you can see the golden grasses of the Talenta Plains stretching before you. And flying lower, now, many of you, I know you said it's been a while, but Tanton, you have been there before, right? To the Talenta Plains at one point you would have been?
He was very, very young. It's when he lived in Metro, because you can see it, because it's right on the border.
Okay, that's going to be important. Have the rest of you been there at all? Merime, would you? Alarian, would you have ever been in that area?
At one point in my travels, I'd probably crossed it maybe on the way to Kubara, probably, 20 years ago.
That's important then for both Tanton and Alarian then, because as you get closer, you note an absence of the heat typical to the region. Typically, this area is very warm, let's say hot even, and there is, and you don't notice that this time, there is in fact an uncharacteristic silver mist that is hanging over the plains and which obscures the miles of rolling grasslands.
The moorland is spread! Oh, sorry.
That's right. And as you draw closer to the border and then pass over it into the Talenta Plains, the mist become ever thicker, and there are strange sounds filling the air. And at that point, as I switch over here from my Dwarven City music to my Desert Winds music, let me get... there we go. That's about right.
You got Sting? Really? Awesome.
Exactly. You dream of rain, you see some halflings riding dinosaurs. All right.
Yes.
It's a great song.
The Corvair mix, absolutely.
Yeah. Exactly. The Corvair. I was waiting for trying to be like, and demonetize.
Oh, right. Sorry, I was focused on something else.
Yes. Got it. Yes. So you hear suddenly a bestial roar echoing from below. And as you look down, you see two halfling riders that are mounted on dinosaurs. But they are not alone. They are battling for their lives against what looks like an onslaught of gray, waving figures in the mist. If you're not mistaken, you think you are looking at an onslaught of spirits. And there are several dead warriors that are scattered about their fighting circle. Now, you are still well above them, and so there is no immediate threat to you here. So, you could just be like, great, sucks to be them, and keep on going. Yeah, exactly. It is nature dealing with nature. No concern here. You could do that, but
kidding.
They are very clearly in distress one way or the other, but you do see that below you. And, of course, even though it is true that the plains are much closer to the plains of the spirits, as we discussed before, hordes of them battling, actual living creatures of the Talenta Plains does not happen, or at least has not in your knowledge. So,
are they like surrounded?
Yes. Yes, they are. I think I have a picture actually. I think I may have shown you a picture. Let me see if I did. I don't remember if I did. Give me a second here. Hold on a second. Can't get that from here.
Pretty sure you did.
I think I did. I just need to find where I put it. Let me go back to Cams only for a second.
Yeah, it's been a day or two, so yeah, a refresher would be nice.
Yeah.
I'm under the impression we're going to be assisting.
Yeah.
Alarian will be assisting regardless. So that's, the rest of you are do what you like.
I was about to go, who's we?
It's just drop files of holy water like carpet bombs.
I like that Big Red says, well, is them being surrounded problematic? Like, I mean, okay, so what kind of surrounded are we talking about?
Just think of it like a hug. It's
perhaps just a little light surrounding, is what we're talking about. Okay, let me just get the image here though, so I can set the scene, which I have here, over here, and then up here. Okay, right. Yes, indeed. All right. So I will copy that.
Both sides of the conflict. Are they both sides turning against us? Whoa.
This was our fight until you got involved. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. Okay. Right. I would love it if you could reduce considerably, like 50%. Be great. Okay, perfect. Ooh, that's great. Oh, I can't wait. All right, perfect, lovely. All right, I've almost got it. Sorry, bear with me. It's gonna be worth it, I swear.
And,
a lot of
and
build-up
if
here.
it's
A
not,
lot of build-up. I don't know.
Yeah.
if it's not, what do we get? Because otherwise, there's no accountability in this world. Whenever somebody says they're going to do something and then they don't,
And then it just never happens. And
right, and you're just like, you promised us such and such, and you're not doing it. What are you going to do to compensate?
Exactly.
It's like, nothing. F you guys.
All right, well, here it is. Now you can see it on stream. I have put this.
Oh.
And you can look for yourself.
Ooh.
I mean, not terrible, right? Like that's not,
Nice.
that's not terrible. And the only thing that
It's very nice Letitia door side, right?
Yeah. There are birds in that image. It is true. It's true.
Whatever.
Right. It's not surrounded. It's a target.
I don't like being called birds. Oh,
Exactly.
wait, no. No.
As Imaginary Exponent points out, you call it surrounded. He calls it a target-rich environment where I don't need to aim. I think that's totally right. Anyway, so they are in fact surrounded. They are mounted on those sort of fast. I don't know if you would know. Actually, everybody make a nature check for me. We can do this quickly
Nature
to
check.
see if you
What the
recognize
hell are you?
these creatures.
But my
On
dice
a boat,
bag is over
sir.
there.
Nature.
Nope.
I get +1 to mine.
Okay.
All right.
It's
Got
funny.
Nisiana,
Nice.
Rowan. I'll keep that in mind. Alarian, you're like, the hell are those big dogs? Like,
Pretty much. Not inaccurate, sir.
Fitting.
Tanta's like, are you sure it's a
Oh,
dog?
yes.
Because I don't like.
I have a dog right here.
Right, this is what a dog is. Can I pet one? Yeah. So what I would say that Nisiana and Rowan for sure are able to tell is that these are a very speedy kind of dinosaur known as a fast leaf, which is kind of fastieth, not a fast leaf, a fastieth, Fastieth. I guess what I would describe this as is the super. Whatever the dinosaur that is the clever girl in Jurassic Park, like the
Velociraptor.
the Velociraptor, the
Yeah.
Velociraptor. That's basically kind of what it is. It's speedy and is moving very quickly, like incredibly swiftly, and the riders themselves are obviously quite skilled. But there is just this wave of these ghostly specter-like things that is closing in around them. They are clearly hard pressed.
And how many are left?
2.
We could just, go down, throw up some ropes, and have them come up. We don't really have to fight these things.
They're not going to leave their rides behind, though. Their mounts behind.
Those, I guess those can't really climb up, can they?
There's specters. I should be able to turn them.
Yeah.
It looks like a horde, just to
All
be clear, Nisiana.
of them?
TPKosaurus. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I can do
I mean, I'm more than willing to mix it up while we figure out how to get them out of there, but I think it's really extraction, because we're not going to be able to face and defeat that much. So we need to figure out a way to get them on the ship.
Yep. I'm
Yeah.
going to
Now,
ask you all to
granted,
roll initiative while
Okay.
you're figuring this
and,
out.
And I can help that
Wow,
if you
fun.
don't want to beat the crap out of us, because I can.
Well, I mean,
Lift.
because I can turn. I think I can turn undead long enough to get them on our ship.
Damn it.
That might be the thing.
Are tokens on there, or?
They're on there. I don't have control over mine. I can only click Alarians. So
I don't see my token.
can't-
Oh,
we're
there I
up
am.
at the top of the Talented Plain.
Oh,
Right,
I'll put
thank you.
Yeah, there you go. There's
Oh,
a
okay.
there is the ping.
Thank you. I was like, it's too big. I'm so blind.
Okay.
Initiative.
There we go.
I'm going to put me here so that I can actually roll this.
Apparently,
Lovely.
I'm keen to do something.
You're keen to ride a dinosaur. That's what you're
Mm,
keen
yeah,
about.
exactly.
Just jump on the dino.
I guess I've read stories about these dinosaurs. I didn't. I guess I must have heard childhood stories, so I know what these are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you
And-
do remember something about everyone get down on the floor. Everybody ride a dinosaur. Everyone now get on the floor.
Yeah.
You remember something
And demonetized.
See?
from the sage was. You heard this and
It never gets old.
No, it's pronounced was not.
was not was. With the emphasis on the not was not was. Okay. Right. So let's see. Let's turn this into. Let's get rid of the desert winds for now. Let's fire up some combat music. Let's go with. Let's go with this.
Oh, jeez.
Okay. Right. And let's see. No, wait a minute. I thought that you... Okay, right. That was... Wait a minute, though. You had...
The 21.16 is Tanton. The 18 is Spanner, but his is going to be right after me. So.
Oh, okay.
My finger freaked out for a second and hit the.
Oh, okay. I was like,
twice.
the hell? I was like, I thought I already had you. Okay. Right. Okay. So we're gonna put that. Right. Nisiana is already there. That's what you had last time. Nisiana was a 20. Let's see. Very consistent. Let's see.
Roll 20 just kicked me out, just so you know.
Okay.
What a jerk!
How dare it do that?
I will not be kept away. I'm coming back.
Exactly. Okay. Let's see. And tangent with a 21, right? Okay.
Spanners.
Who are we to say that birds are the problem? I mean, all right. All right.
Doesn't matter. I can just.
12.
Everybody drink some water or whatever else you're drinking.
Okay. So that will put Spanner on the thing, and his will be 21.1.
Okay. Right. All right.
There, that
excellent.
should align, I think.
Okay. Right. So you can now, let's see. Right. Okay, so we're going to start with Tanton. Now, the crew, I will let you know that the crew of the Thronehold's Hope will maneuver the ship as you ask them to, and they will be able to do that basically once per turn. So one of you in the initiative order can be like, all right, bring the ship here, do this, go here, join lower the mainsail, whatever, like all the sort of things you might ask to do, but they can only answer one command, and the command will take however long it takes them to execute. So you may say, okay, go do this right now, and they will do it as fast as they can, but won't necessarily be instantaneous within 6 seconds. So keep that in mind. So having said that, so I'll allow all of you to decide if you want the ship to do something specific, but we can't have like long involved discussions about it because it wouldn't be reasonable given the combat. So with that said, Tanton, what would you like to do? You're still a few hundred feet above the ground, by the way.
Oh, that was going to be my first question.
Yep.
And Tanton's first question is, are we helping?
Yes.
Of course.
That's
Okay.
half.
Yes.
Tanton, who knows nothing about, he knows how to build this thing, but he doesn't know how to command it. So he would be like ship the mizzen ship or something. He would just know. He's like,
Trim
get
the
us
full
down
black.
closer to them. So he basically just shouts, get us down closer to.
Okay. And they acknowledge it, and you all feel the ship. You feel your
drop
stomach
out from underneath you.
Yeah. You feel your stomachs drop as the ship books. I mean, it's not obviously in a free fall, but it is not the most pleasant experience as it drops, quickly towards the ground. And it moves at quite a good pace. In fact, probably, let me see. Travel. So I would say probably. You could probably drop, I would say, maybe 100 feet in this round. I should also mention, just so you all know, it does as well have the ability to fire ballistas if you choose to do that. So it can do that also. Ballistas were not what I would define, however, as precision instruments. If you're firing at a horde of spirits and there's dinosaurs in the way, just keep that in mind. Having said that, it is able to drop, and that it's able to do pretty quickly, probably, Tanton. I would say that'll be done by the end of this turn. As it's dropping, what do you want to do?
Just okay, it just turns off all the power.
You're the boss. It is a SpaceX test flight.
How long does it take to start this thing up again? I don't know. I haven't turned it off in 50 years.
Right.
Oh no!
Scotty in Star Trek. Captain, I've got to have 30 minutes. No, but they are in control. But they are in control of it. But it is dropping quickly. So, having done that, what do you want to do, Tintin? It's a free action to tell them to do something. So.
Yeah. So he's going to move to one of the ballistas.
Okay. I should say, if you want to fire the ballista, that's a whole other thing. And you can do that, but it will be more than a free action.
Right. So yeah, he's gonna. I mean, you said it's a horde of these things moving towards them, right?
Yes.
And
Surrounding.
we're
them.
more or less directly above them. We're
You
just
got
kinda
it.
like straight down.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, well, you'll be there by the end of this turn, but yes. Yeah.
But there's plenty of space around these two guys where it's just a field.
I wouldn't
of,
say plenty. They're because they've already clearly been battling again, or like trying to battle some of them. So not a lot of space. There's maybe 60 feet, 70 feet between the horde and the creatures.
No. There's the field of enemies is a vast.
Oh yes.
Okay.
I beg your pardon. Yes.
So I can just fire into them
Oh, yeah.
wherever I want to.
Oh,
and not
yeah.
worry about hitting the two guys on the all right.
That's right.
Watch
Just
it-
not
watch
the
it
ones
with
that
my
are
eyes closed.
Right.
totally. It's like shooting spirits in a barrel, but not the one
Right.
that's close to them, though. Is what I'm saying. If you want to fire out in the distance, yeah,
But I don't need to worry as much about precision
Nope.
if I'm not firing at them.
that's right.
Right. Okay. The two guys on the thing. So basically, what Tangent does is he goes over to one of the ballistas and he casts smite on it and fires into
Okay.
the thing.
Okay.
So
That sounds good. This is
A
a flock,
mass
sir.
o'
They're advanced
spirits.
creatures. Thank you for the cheer. And this is a flock, not a horde. Well, now remember, these are spirits. The spirits are a horde. It may be a flock of dinosaurs. That's a whole other discussion. But there's only 2 dinosaurs and a bunch of spirits. Okay, so you will fire into them. I would like you to roll. So you gave a magical boost to it. Did you just now, Tanton? I'm sorry.
yeah.
Okay, and then you also fired it, or just boosted it?
It's branding smite, which is, I believe, a range target self casting time. 1 bonus action.
Okay.
So yeah.
So bonus action, you could do that, and then you can fire. Okay, so I'm going to have you do that. It is +6 to hit this ballista.
Now, since I am using a magically augmented device, I get to use expertise on my
I love it.
firing.
I love it.
So it's not just my proficiency; it's expertise on top of it.
Okay.
Which is why all my stuff is like +11 to hit.
Yep.
So D20 plus 11.
And of course, there are 2 people manning these ballistas as well. So like you're doing all this, and they're like, "What?" Left? You're like, "No." Like like as they're aiming. So like,
this.
right, exactly.
So yeah. So this would be +11. So 22.
Okay. All right. Yes, that is absolutely a hit into the midst of these things. I would like you to roll 3d10, please.
Okay. 3d10.
That's fine.
All right. And that is 15. So just just slams into the earth, and you can see
Plus. Plus smite damage.
Plus smite damage. That's right.
So plus 9 points of radiant.
Okay, so 24. Yeah, so you can see there's this burst of light as it hits the ground. Many of them, if you remember the prologue to the Fellowship of the Ring film, where like a bunch of creatures are getting like smashed and like knocked out of the way as Sauron's
By the hero.
Yeah, pretty much. So you see a bunch of them sort of it smash, and as that happens, you see the halflings from the dinosaurs kind of look up and point and they start sort of yelling at you, although they're also very concerned about the other spirits. The other spirits that pay 0 attention to the wrecked spirits that you just, you hit quite a number of them just now. You don't know if they're destroyed or not, but you definitely got their attention, or they definitely hurt them, but they don't seem to be paying attention to you. They're focused to what's on the ground.
Okay, now here's the next problem.
Okay.
It's going to take a moment to reload this thing, I'm sure. But I have 2 attacks per round. Should we just negate it?
Well, no, because the thing is, it has a total of 4 ballistas. Now, you are sitting at one of the ballistas, so what I have to decide is whether you can get back to the other ballista. 80 feet by 20 feet, so it would take you about... Assume... Okay, I would say so. This is what I'll say. I would say that the ballistas are probably spaced about 30 to 40 feet apart, so probably you can get from one to the other, but that's the sum total of your movement. So Normally I wouldn't let you split attacks like this, but in this case, I would allow you to do that because it's technically the crew firing. So you can fire and then keep firing, lads, run to the other one, right? And then tell them to fire. And so you can do that if you wish. And you could kind of go back and forth doing that because while one is reloading, it'll take a round to reload. So while it's doing that, you can, you could do whatever you want on the other side. So the point is, yes, you could run to the back one. We'll say that it was the front one you fired, the front port one. You can run to the back port one on the left-hand side, fire that one. If you wish. And then next turn, if you want, we can figure out whether you want to tell the ship to come about quickly so that you can fire the starboard ballistas, or if you just want to wait the round for them to reload the ballistas on the port side.
I'm going to wait.
Okay. Do you want to fire anything right now because you could get to the rear one if you wish?
I could, but I can't. I would have to recast Smite, and I don't want to do that because I can only get it for that one attack.
Yeah.
I've got a different plan with this ballista. So
okay.
I'm going to sacrifice the second attack in favor of my next plan.
Got it. Okay. Sounds like a plan, or sounds good. Okay, it's a different plan.
Hope so.
Nisiana, you were up next. What would you like to do?
I look at Eberron and I say, you have to get me down there. I can turn undead. We need to get them on the ship.
Yep, just gotta wait for my freaking turn to show up. So, but yes.
That's basically what I do is I'm like, you gotta get me down there. You can fly. I know you can fly.
Also, I misspoke before, by the way. I misspoke. The airship actually begins only 100 feet above. So if they drop down, that means that they would get, by the end of this round, they should be down, maybe 40 feet above. They cannot get any further than 10 feet down because they have that elemental ring that surrounds them, so you can't just land on the ground. So the closest they can get is 10 feet above the ground.
40 feet is perfect.
So the question then is, can we open a side door? Because these creatures have to see me for me to do my turn undead.
Well, I mean, you're on the deck of the ship, which is technically exposed. I mean, you could just be leaning over the railing, if you wanted to do that.
Or I could just be like, don't let me fall.
That's true.
And
what's the range on your turning?
It's only 30 feet. I have to. I'm basically gonna have to
that's the problem.
And wait until we get to about 30 feet above them.
But we got to go down there to help them offload anyways. We're gonna have to go down. I'm planning on. Eberron's gonna go down no matter what. If you want passengers, you guys have spoken now. I know who I'm taking right now, and we're gonna go down there.
And it's me.
Oh, I'm coming too.
Yep.
Okay. So Nisiana, you've just told Eberron that?
I'm going to hold my action.
Okay.
Until Eberron gets me out and down for my turn undead to make any kind of difference.
Got it. Okay. Rowan, that leads us to you.
Yep, Merame?
I beg your pardon. I totally missed that. Never mind. Sorry.
Hi.
That's actually Merame. Sorry, Merame. I was too busy looking at my strawberry shortcake, Marie. Sorry.
For a second, I was pricing toys today, and I thought you meant the toy from the 80s. And I was like, dude,
how do you know that? Yeah, that's so weird. No, sorry about that. Merame, and then Rowan will be on deck. Would you like to do, Merame?
So, how far? I'm about 140 feet right now, right?
No, 100 feet. The airship is 100 feet above. I mean, by the end of the round, it'll be due about 40 to 50 feet above, but it's in descent. So, I don't know, 90 or 80 feet now as it descends.
Okay. So I am going to spirits down there. Okay. I am going to kind of I heard my sister because I'm there, and I'm gonna say I'm coming to Eberron, and just whatever Nisiana did to get on Elarion's shoulder or something, I'm basically gonna grapple onto Eberron.
Okay.
And I'm going to say, I believe in you, Nisiana. You are amazing, and they stand no chance against you. And I'm going to inspire you, which is a 1d12 now, Jen.
Yeah,
so that's
1d12.
fun. 1d12 of inspiration. And then I'm going to do something I haven't done in a while. Which I'm kind of curious to see what will happen with it.
Okay.
I am going to cast at hang on until you did. Okay, perfect. I am going to touch here. How do I share? Is that how I share?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to cast Heroism, and I'm going to do it on Nisiana and Alarian.
What does that do?
Oh, yes.
So you both get, you are immune to being frightened, because I remember what happened the last time we came up with spirits and ghosts. So I'm giving you that little like boost right away. And you also add
10 hit points. Nom, 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 nom.
yeah. Right?
Yeah, and you go through your spellcasting modifier.
Spellcasting, and is that the, so that'd be charisma in my case?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so then, and it's just my normal, so like 5? Is that like?
That sounds right. If that's your bonus, then yes, that would be.
Is your spellcasting modifier something special, like in your spells over here? Spellcasting ability, spell save, attack bonus. I'm thinking of something else. Never mind.
Yeah,
Never
spell
mind.
attack bonus. Yeah.
Hey, 5 points is 5 points. I have no
so
problem with that.
I give you each 5 points extra, and then you are you're not gonna get frightened.
Cool.
So that will be what I do while
Okay.
clutching onto Alarian.
Yeah, it's gonna get. I'll adjust you when we get over there.
Okay, so that is 5 temp to Rowan and 5 temp to Nisiana.
Nisiana and Alarian, not
Alarian.
Rowan.
Oh, sorry, not Rowan. I beg your pardon. 5 temp.
I'm assuming Rowan's not going to jump on Alarian as well. Rowan
mean, listen,
can
if-
target things from up there.
We've already got the Master Blaster thing going on with Alarian and, who is the king of Pottertown? We've already got that, so I'm thinking.
Right, it's the queen of the Talenta Plains. Get it right, sir.
And if you start doing this thing, then you're dealing with Spock and Kirk and McCoy in Star Trek 5,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
elevator shaft with the rocket boots.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah.
I had this image of one of them looking up at you and like, so who did that, Raggedy Man? One of my great line from Beyond Thunderdome.
That woman is amazing.
The late great Tina Turner. Anyway, so all right, that is done. You did that, Maramé, and that's it for you, I think, because action leap and everything else. Okay, so now we go to Rowan. Rowan, you can see the horde closing in.
Right. So describe again how many ghosts are there and how many non-enemy combatants are there.
All of them.
Non-enemy combatants would be the 2 halflings and their 2 dinosaur mounts. And the specters are really too numerous to count. Hundreds.
Boiling over and through each other and just...
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Army of the Dead.
The surge of the ghosts at the end of freaking Return of the King.
Exactly.
And,
Yeah.
times like 10, basically. Yeah, that was bad enough.
And we're how far again?
You are right now about, you started 100 feet above. You're about 80, probably 70 feet because it's descending. At the end of the turn, it'll be 40 feet roughly above.
Right. Okay.
Trillions. No, not trillions. Not yet.
Calm down, Red.
Okay, I guess I'll do that then. I am going to where is careful spell? Right, so I'm gonna spend 1 sorcery point for my careful spell metamagic. So
Okay.
that means I can choose a number of creatures equal to my charisma modifier. Am I gone blind? That's 3. Well, one of these dinosaurs eat it, I guess. I am going to Sunburst.
Sunburst, okay. Wow. Okay, so, right, they all have to make con saves. I guess I will save for the horde. I'm not gonna. All right, the following 75 make it. The following 32 don't. All right. So, all right. So we have got a sunburst, brilliant sunlight.
No problem there.
Okay. So let's see. And so what you're saying is you got that around the 4.
So I careful spell the sunburst. So I'm sparing 2 of the halflings and 1 of the dinosaurs.
One of the dinosaurs, and the other dinosaur has to make the con save, I assume.
Yes.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
I have that spell. That is a hell of a spell.
Wait, Rowan, I don't understand. You've got like a target-rich environment where you can just cast it among the spirits themselves and miss the halflings and dinosaurs altogether. It's a point, and it spreads out from there. You're not centering it on them. It's a point out in the ether, and it blows up from there. I think you may be misinterpreting how the spell works. It's not protecting them. You point out 150 feet, and it blows up like that. So you don't need to. I'm saying you don't need to catch any of the dinosaurs or any of the halflings in the spell radius. That's my point.
Well,
Yeah.
if I aimed higher, then the 60-foot radius of the sunburst hits us. Hits the ship as it's coming down.
So just nail it on the ground, but like 80 feet out, and take out a whole swath of them. That's what I would.
But so I understand.
Oh,
Are you trying to put a circle? Are you basically trying to burst it so as like a go out in a radius around them, Rowan? Is that the idea? If I'm understanding this,
Yes. My goal was to take out as many of these spirits as possible.
in a circle, though, right? Or are you trying to take them out like?
Or you're spending a sorcerer thing to protect them. Is that
Right.
what you're
That's
doing?
the idea. I think.
Oh yeah. The careful spell is specifically to spare the 2 halflings. I can't do anything about the second.
Yeah, because that thing's gonna be ash. I'm just saying if we, but no, okay. I got it. Do what you're gonna do.
But barbecue.
Okay. Right. Okay. So, I need you to roll, please. 12d6 radiant damage.
I already did.
Oh, you
That's
did?
the 35.
Oh, that's the 35.
Yeah.
Oh. Right. Wow. Okay. Gotta go look up some dinosaur hit points. Pardon me for just a moment.
How much does a dinosaur weigh?
Let's see.
It said dinosaur.
They are very densely muscled. It's a considerable
feeling
amount.
them too.
Right. Let's see. Yeah, I know about that.
Wait, does the module in front of you have a dinosaur stat block?
Maybe.
That's how you know the GM read this adventure before we ran it.
Mhm. And it does. And it's less than that. Okay, so yes, in fact, so what happens is you are able to, the other ones all, you carefully avoid them. Now, the ones who were there, the halflings are still going to take damage.
Yeah, they're still gonna take half.
But half damage, which is not as much, right? So they do that.
They might survive. Okay.
So both of the halflings are going to survive, as will the one of the mounts. But the other mount is just sort of vaporized beneath them, and one of the halfling just sort of staggers to the ground, sort of falls prone. Before I talk about what happens to them, though, the sunburst narrowly annihilates a good portion of the horde around them, and there's a moment where you're like, great, and then you see swarming over the specters all of the other specters that are coming. Like, it has slowed them down. What it has done, though, is it's bought you at least another turn, Rowan. But the halfling sort of, has fallen to the ground, and as you look down, you can see sort of him kind of stagger and then look up, and then gives this like echoes this cry, and it sounds like a cross between a war cry and maybe a cry of grief as he just sits on the ground on hands and knees. And the other other, actually, now that I think of it, because they wouldn't be affected, right? So the other one's just sort of, like the other halfling and dinosaur sort of rears back, and the other one that is now mountless is on the ground. Rowan, would you like to move anywhere on the ship? You've definitely bought them another turn. Yeah, Rowan betrayed us all.
I would not. Also, question.
Yeah.
Can these spirits be blinded because they are now blinded?
Yeah, I've noted that. Probably yes. I would say yes. The question is, honestly, you did as much to also destroy a bunch of them. So that was nice. But yes, you have also blinded some of them. The ones that remain, or the ones that remain that, before the next turn where a horde of more of them will come.
There's an episode of The Next Generation where Geordi and Ensign Rowe are out of phase, and Geordi says the line, "Am I a blind ghost with clothes?" This is that moment.
There's a reference you did not expect to be able to use in D&D. Okay, good stuff, Rowan. You're not moving, as we said. Okay, now in quotes, the horde goes. Now, had you not done what you just did, the horde probably would have reached and done something terrible to one or more of the creatures there anyway. But because they were knocked back, you have bought the 3 remaining living creatures some time. But only a little bit of time, because you can already see more of them bubbling up and over. The whole thing below looks as if you were looking down at an anthill that is just swarming with ants. Now, of course, you're much lower, so you can see them in much closer proximity, but that's what it would appear like. Next turn, they'll clearly be on top of the dinosaurs and the halflings again. Okay, Alarian, you are up next. What would you like to do?
All right, at the beginning of my turn, I will activate Iron Titan, because why not?
Right.
And then to the crew, I say ropes over the side, and I have Merame in one arm and Nisian in the other, and then yes, I take off the bow to fly down to land in front of the 2 halflings, and I really hope someone can speak their language, because I know I sure can't.
But I will be doing other things.
Right. And I do the Iron Man entrance, because I am like 2 tons. So
right. Yes, in the space that they arrived, and they all just sort of are like, sort of stunned as they look at you. Okay. As you hit the ground, the one that's on the dinosaur sort of rears back and shouts, "No time! No time!" and is sort of pointing at the horde. And the one on his hands and knees just looks up at you, and you can see through the skull helmet that he wears, which is opened. It's literally like the open mouth of a creature, of an open skull. You just see tears streaking his face, which is tattooed. And he just sort of stares up at you and weeps, and he holds up a hand, and several bits of ash just drift out of his hand.
To the one that's like still mounted, I point up to the ship and say, basically, up!
And
hopefully the ropes will be coming shortly.
And he says, and he pats the side of his mount, and he says, "Must come!" And
I will take.
And he kind of like narrows his eyes and looks at you and looks at his companion, and he points at him and says, "Davrik." He seems to be pointing to the Davrik as the crying halfling.
Right. Actually, you know what? Merame, you just dimension or these 2 back up to the ship, or one of them if you can. However many you can take.
I can take one at a time.
All right.
Think. Maybe.
Well, take in your head, take the catatonic one. This guy can climb. I'll get the dinosaur.
And I know that we have held actions coming from Nisian and Merame in a minute. So, Alarian, you do that. That sounds fine.
That's pretty much it. That's my turn.
Gotcha. Nisiana and Merame both have held actions. I'll go with you first, Nisiana, because you technically came before in the order.
I will first cast Turn Undead.
Okay.
So they have to make they can't move within 30 feet of me. And if they have to make a saving throw, if they are rank challenging or 3 or below, they die if they fail. Let me.
Okay. Yep.
Put it in the chat there. Oh, that's the wrong number. Let me put it in the chat. And then.
Yep.
Since I know it will take a little bit of time, I also have a bonus action for any. Actually, I may have to wait until next turn to do it, but Divine Word.
Whiz save, right? Is what they need.
For Thursday.
I think it's whiz save. I'm just looking there. No. GM's not revising the encounter.
It is
that is what I thought.
Okay.
And what am I looking at DC?
My DC is 17.
All right. So.
And then, of course, the dragons burst out of me.
Yeah. So there's this amazing sight of you on the ground with the ash on the ground, the creatures, dead bones and things like that all around you, and then more of these creatures. The dragons shoot up and around you, and there is this sort of low, like passing over the plains. And you can see, like, thank you for the 64 months of support. Thank you, Classicor, so much. Good to see you. So there's a sort of this blast effect. And again, Lord of the Rings, think of the as these creatures come out. And so you do destroy a number of them. And there's a moment in Isiana where you're like, aha! And then you just see more just flowing over the ones that just fell, that were outside the radius. Again, you have bought time. How much time, you don't know, but clearly there are, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds that are left.
Mm-hmm.
So you did that. Yeah.
And I will hold on to my divine word until next round.
Okay.
Actually, so I have resurrect. If I take this, is there even a skull or anything left for resurrection?
Obliterated.
There's nothing left for me to take.
No, if you feel like scooping up some ash for the next couple of turns, maybe, but it was obliterated.
So there's no way. Okay, so I cannot. Okay.
Seems
Actually, I
pretty
don't know what that
unlikely.
would do to me anyway. So
I was gonna say, yeah, there's that too. Okay, Mermaid, you were down there too.
Yes, I am down there.
You had a held action, yes or no?
No, I did not.
Oh, that's right.
I
You just came
cast
down with him.
terrorism,
Okay, that's right.
and
That's right. Okay.
I'm here for the party.
He's here for the ride. Okay, great. All right. That then is going to bring us back to the top of the round, at which point, Ilarion, your command about the ropes takes effect. So the ropes go flying over the side of the ship.
Awesome.
That's all they can do this time. And the ship comes to roughly within 40 feet of the ground, as I said, and then stops hovering above, and ropes come down. And that leads us to Tanton first. So, Tanton, what would you like? You were standing by the ballista up front last time we talked.
Yeah. And Tanton is just, he's got like several sets of tools interlaced between his fingers, like Wolverine claws, but it's like, like 2 or 3 sticking out between each one. And he's just sitting there, and you can just see his eyes just darting all around the ballista. And he's like, never before in my life have I wished I was an artillerist. And
that's a good line.
He's looking at it, and he's like, if I had time, I could turn this into something, but I can't. He doesn't have the time to.
One
do
of the
what he
crew
wants to
looks
do.
at you, kind of like sort of with this horrified expression, like, what do you want us to do? Like, very much like. Type of thing.
Yeah. So he just basically drops a lot of the tools to the ground and just slaps his hand on the ballista bolt. It's tree trunk.
Yeah.
In the end, but he just puts another smite on it, and he just looks at the guy like, fire.
Okay. Now, actually, wait. So remember, it was going to take them around to reload it. So if you want to do that, you'd need to go to the back one to cast smite, on this turn, which you can do, and all that is fine. So you can do that. Okay, yeah. That's fine. So I assume you were having the front ones reload while you were running to the back one, I'm guessing. But okay, so you do that. You tell them this thing fire, and they do. Where do you have them fire?
So the between the sunburst and the turn undead, there's probably been a larger gap created around the
I would say
space.
Yes, rapidly closing, but yes.
Yes. Does it look like there's any part that this ballista can see? Because of course, if it's on the other side of the ship, not so much.
No, same side, 2 on each side, so you can still be on the port side here. So,
but I'm saying the ballistas on this side can't see what's on that side. Of
that's
the ship.
correct. Yes, right.
So within
right.
this arc, is there any part that seems to be moving in faster than any other, or is it just a perfect?
Yeah, I'd say not. I'd say they're all pretty much moving in at the same pace.
All right, and he's just going to aim for the inner edge of that circle to try to blow.
Okay.
Some extra space.
All right, let's see that 1d20 plus 11, I believe is what you had before.
Yes. So 24?
24, clearly a hit.
23.
23, clearly a hit. Again, 3d10, I think, plus your branding smite.
3d10 plus plus the smite would be. Oh, I'm still rolling the spanner. That's not right.
I'm sorry. I should have asked what Spanner did there.
He's not doing anything.
I figured he's just sitting next to you, so I was like, I didn't.
Yeah, it's nothing he can do at the moment.
Yeah, okay.
But he does have, well, depending upon what happens with the thing. Yeah, I'll explain it in a second.
Okay.
So branding smite would be. Did I click the wrong thing this time? No, that's Spanish. That's totally different thing. 2d8 radiant. Here we go. Boop.
Highlight and passion.
7 points of radiant damage.
Okay,
2d8 or 2d6?
For branding smite, it's
you're rolling a 6-sided, buddy. So
Yes.
one of those terms is incorrect.
yeah. Well, I rolled the correct one. I said
Okay.
the wrong one.
Okay.
So 2d6. Okay. So total of 26 damage then, I believe. 19 in piercing, 7 radiant.
Yes.
I think that's right. Okay.
Yeah.
So yes, like specter bodies go everywhere. And again, there's this massive impact. Of course, this is just echoing across the plains, right? This combat. And you know, it strikes you, Tintin, for a moment that like they must be a very well trained mount, because like the sound of everything, like, and yet the dinosaur is keeping its, like, relatively speaking, keeping its cool. So yes, again, they are driven back through in sort of this way that is holding them back, at least that half of them. So yes. Anything else? I think you had to move to get there and then do that. So you may not have anything else, but
No, but he basically points to one of the ropes that has been thrown over to the side, where the thing is, and he tells Spanner, "Get ready to pull."
okay. All right. Okay, that's going to bring us then to Nisiana. Nisiana, and then Merame is on deck. What would you like to do, Nisiana?
Okay. Are they back within 30 feet?
Not yet. They will be probably at the end of this round.
Then I will hold my action until they are within 30 feet.
Okay. Merame.
My action will be to
Gotcha. Yep.
turn undead again.
I figured. Merame, what would you like to do?
Well, okay, so there are ropes down now,
There are now, yes.
right? And are the two halflings? Do they seem aware of the
They do. They'll probably be able to move. They basically move at the end of the turn after Ilarion, so they would then, presumably, if they're going to grab the ropes, they will. You don't know if they will, but question about the dinosaur remains. But
Okay, how big is the dinosaur?
it is still a decent size. It's medium size, really, so not enormous.
You can just go
Okay.
I was trying to think if it's like the size of like a elk, maybe.
Oh, yeah,
Maybe it's
you could
That
do
would
it.
be large.
too big. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe, but it's bigger than a horse though. Maybe
Well, a horse is large.
Maybe,
so.
maybe. Oh, yeah, maybe it's around a horse size then, because it is halflings that are riding them. So yeah.
Could I dimension door a dinosaur? This is the big question here.
Dimension dinosaur.
I think you could.
Of your size or smaller?
Oh, so they're not medium.
Well, the
What if I-
halflings are small.
They
right?
are medium, actually.
Yes, they would be medium.
I
I
mean,
mean,
no.
the dinosaur would be medium if the
The
halflings are
dinosaur
riding.
would be medium? Okay,
Because halflings are small.
Yeah.
And
Other-
the dinosaurs would be one size
Right.
larger, which would be medium.
That's right.
that makes sense. Good. I was gonna eat a lot of cake otherwise on my round.
Right.
I am now large. All right, so I am going now. One of them seemed to know, like, speak some common at least. That
Yes, it seems like it. Kind of a
Okay.
accented common. Yeah.
Broken color.
okay. So I want to make sure he understands me. So I'm going to use a lot of. I don't want to talk in his head because I'm afraid I'll freak him out, even though I'm sure he'll understand me that way. Like, there's a fine line here. So I'm going to like use all of my wonderful powers of showing with my hands, and I'm gonna be like, climb rope. I will bring your dinosaur up.
Okay.
I will take care of your mount.
So
I promise.
So he says, Echo points out, how about double its size like this resub? Heyo. And I'm using the Arvany Swall emote too. Very nice, very nice. Thank you,
You
so
know, I'm
much, Echo,
perfectly
for the tier
capable
2
of
sub.
understanding what you're saying. If you're going to rescue my dinosaur, please do it and stop insulting me.
I don't appreciate what you're saying about Humperdinck. Right. Okay, so yes. And he kind of looks at you. Mermaid, I would like you to do a persuasion check for me. I'm going to have you do it at advantage because Alarian said much the same thing. So for consistency's sake, they're going to presumably get it or not.
Okay, persuasion it is at advantage.
Nice.
A critical 30. He is like, yes, ma'am. No, he leaps up on the thing. Okay. So he has understood it. You get the impression he'll probably do what you say at the end of the round when it's his turn, but so he kind of nods, and he points again at down at the halfling still on his hands and knees, and he says, Davrik, save, and points at him.
Okay.
Valerian may have to grab him.
Yeah, if you got the dinosaur taken care of, I can take care of these two. And that'll actually be easier. Because
I want to bring
you go with the dimension door too, right?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay, just get the dinosaur. I'll take care of everything else.
What I'll do then is, because I'm not going to take the dinosaur while the guy's still on it. Clonk.
Hits the top of the door. Ow!
I'll say, okay, I'll tell Nisiana and Larian, okay, I won't be too long. Have fun. And then I will hold my action, if I may, hold the spell, and I know I'll lose the spell stuff if it doesn't go through, but as soon as the halflings are going up the rope, I will dimension door the dinosaur straight onto the ship.
Okay.
Hello.
I can't wait for this. It's going to be awesome. Okay. Sounds good. Okay, so you're going to hold your action. That is done. That means you have to stay where you are, which leads us to Rowan. So Rowan, you are up. What'd you like to do, Rowan? So you see the stuff happening down below. Merime is ready to apparently dimension door a dinosaur.
I'm excited.
So Rowan, you are up as we speak. And you can see the one dinosaur with the halfling mounted on it, and the other one, the other halfling on his hands and knees, although he's maybe struggling to get to his feet.
What do I want to do? What can this hold? Cool. I cast Bigby's hand.
Okay.
And I'm casting it like at the on the floor, like on the ground.
Yes.
And I'm going to scoop up the kneeling halfling out of the ground.
Okay.
And I can move. What is my movement? I can move it 60 feet, so I can bring it all the way back to the ship.
Okay. He kind of like as this hand picks him up, but he's also seems so distraught that he's not really resisting, and so this hand just lifts the halfling into the air and onto the ship. When you get him over the railing, right, and he kind of you put him, then I assume you just drop him to the deck. I mean, gently, but I assume
very gently, just kind of release him onto the deck.
And he kind of like
no, I do not
it.
Kobe this halfling.
You slam him. Wow! Happy birthday to the ground. No, he rolls off of the hand and sort of looks up at you and he says, Rose, and he just cries. You wonder if he's referring to his mount. But he is on the deck, Rowan. Are you, let's see, Halfling Dinosaur Portal Fantasy, maybe. You're presumably not moving anywhere, so I'm guessing so you're staying in the same spot you were, Rowan?
I am.
Okay. So, Rowan has done a terrible misdeed. Rowan's trying.
I am trying my very best. Emphasis on trying.
So the horde closes in because of the work that you all did between the ballista, the turn undead, the sunburst. They are not going to be able to reach the dinosaur, halfling, and Alarian remaining, and I guess Merame and Isiana remaining on the ground yet. But they clearly will be able to do so by next turn. That brings us down to Alarian. Alarian, at this point, you can maneuver, and then then after that is when the halflings are going to go, and then Merame will see what happens with whether the halfling followed your direction.
I'm holding my turn. I'm holding my action till the end of the turn.
Oh, okay. Well,
like
it's the end
after the halflings go.
Okay, well, the halfling goes. So the halfling pats his mount, whispers something in the ear of the creature, which sort of cries in response, and then he leaps to the rope very agilely, by the way, just
Excellent.
grabs it with no problem. And then I know, Tanton, you said you wanted to have him pull on the Spanner pull on the rope. You can do that, but as he's doing it, the halfling is just zip, just Wesley climbing the cliffs of despair, straight up, super speedy.
Who all's on the ship right now? It's me and Rowan, right?
And the crew members, and one of the halflings.
Right, and so one of the, before the halfling gets there, Tanton's looking over the side with one of the ballistic crews, he's got very good arms.
Exactly. Still he gains. Okay. Anyway, he's on his way up. So now they are moving. The halfling who's on the deck doesn't do anything. He just sits there and cries, which is probably
2 down, 1 to go. All right.
Okay, so now I think we have Alarian is going to go after.
Nope, actually, Merame's going to go now. Aren't you holding?
Well, yeah, I was wondering. It depends. You're holding until after
I will be
Merame
going
too?
last.
Okay.
I will be going. Yes.
All right, Merame. Then you're going to Dimension Door. Now you have to
be
be in contact with the dinosaur. Yes, to Dimension Door. I think
it has to be willing. So I would basically reach into its mind and say, "I will bring you to your person, your writer."
You get Merame a. Yeah, exactly. No, you get a
Hairball.
flash, an image of a dinosaur riding alongside it for just a moment. Oddly, and the dinosaur is obviously not there right now, but you just get this image, but it does not resist you. Hey, Drew. So you were able to do this. So you I just want everyone to get the visual of Merame dimension dooring. The dinosaur disappears, and suddenly on the deck of the Throne Holds Hope is this Fastleaf. Fasteeth, and when it shows up there, the crew, the crew is stunned. You're standing right next to it, and the halfling walks over to it and whispers to it. It looks very skittish. It's has clearly not been on an airship deck before, but whatever. So it is now gone. So halfling, dinosaur, and Merame are all off the ground. That leaves you, Alarian, and Nisiana on the ground, and a horde of.
And with my action, I grab Nisiana, and we are out of here.
Well, I was going to ask, because Nisiana, I guess, would have gone, was holding action, so do you want to...
I was holding my action for when they got within 30 feet again, and I was going to do another...
Okay, because they're not there yet. That would have been next turn, so...
Okay, so I'm still holding.
Okay, so you get back up onto the ship, at which point, what are you ordering the ship to do?
Climb. Get the hell out of here.
Get out. Okay, so as the ship climbs,
don't know if these spears can climb ropes, and I don't want to find out.
I was just about to say that the ropes are pulled up as the leading specter just leaps for it and misses, and you notice with horror as the specters start clearly almost climbing onto each other, they're trying to get up to, but the ship is going much faster than they're able to do this.
Exactly.
Yep. And as you sort of pull out of the, you pull up and out, there is this pause as you pull
real
above
quick,
the combat.
As we're rising above, it's just is it specters as far as we can see?
As you pull up, you can see a massive circle. It's not as far as you can see, but you can see a massive circle of specters. And the image I would say that all of you have as you kind of look down, like an ant pyramid, exactly, Triffid, is this sight of all of the shadowy, misty figures, their faces contorted in hatred, staring up at the ship as it sails upward. And one of the halflings, the one that is next to its dinosaur, says, they are angry. They will eat the world. Which is a good time for our break. You are watching the amazing Eberron Infinity and Beyond crew that has just saved a dinosaur and some halflings. Let's go. No dinosaur left behind.
Dinosaur.
A dinosaur, yes.
Wow.
The other one was
He
saved.
wasn't left behind. He was incinerated.
He was
That's different.
incinerated. Right. None left behind. Either Ash or other.
Sacrifices had to be made. Yes.
Absolutely. So we will be back here at 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll play for another hour or so. I am joined by the amazing Infinity Beyond crew of Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozick, and Brandon O'Brien. And if you like what you see here, please make sure to get all of their work, listen to all of their stuff, get all of the things that support these wonderful people. And otherwise, we want to thank you for being here, and we will be right back in about 9 minutes. Until then, enjoy the windy music and hold tight. We'll be right back. Okay. All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. And thank you so much, Shattermage, for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Halfling and Dinosaur Rescue team that we're involved with. Dinosaur and Halfling extraction just in a day's work for the King Citadel.
Two quick things.
Yes.
One is bookkeeping. For Nisiana and I, who did a fair bit of damage during that fight, all of our negative energy is gone at this point because we harmed people. So our negative energy in that vein, which they didn't have any veins, but whatever. For those of us who want to keep track of it, right underneath where you have on your character sheet your short and long rest buttons, under that are things like however many charges you have left, how many hero points you have left. Below those is a plus sign and a lock sign. So click on the plus sign, it'll create a new row of things, and put in your maximum hit points at the top. And as you build up negative energy, just tick that up, and it'll give you a good way to track it.
Thanks, Trent.
And know how far you are from your thing. And then at the bottom, you can label the text negative energy so you'll know what it is.
That is a good call. Thank you. Thank you. Also, thank you, Shattermage, for the Tier 1 32 months of support. Very appropriate emote. Dinosaur dance. Appreciate that. Thank you, Shatter, so much. And yes, thanks, Trent. That's helpful. Okay, so I am going to cut down that wind sound a little bit. All right. So we are on the ship, and as the ship pulls away, you can see the creatures down below, but they are clearly far out of out of range at this point. And the halfling standing next to his mount goes over and to Davrik, the one that he was referring to. And he bends down and he says, Davrik,
I understand halfling.
They don't seem to be speaking halfling.
Oh.
You're not sure that you're familiar with this, but he then turns back to you and says, Davrik mourns loss of mount. The name was Rose. You raised her from the egg. And he sort of like lowers his head and says, we are grateful. We know that it was all that could be done to save us. Thank you. And the next to him, his mount kind of moves the neck a little bit.
Are either of them injured?
Yes, I would say so. They're not badly injured, but they do. I mean, like, they look like hell. I mean, like, lots of, scrapes and dirt, and they've obviously been up against it, but they don't look particularly injured, except for the one who's on his hands and knees is definitely injured because he, was partly damaged by the sunburst. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I determine what language? Well, I doubt I can speak the language that they speak, but can I determine what language they're speaking?
Possibly. Do you have a... Well, let me ask you, first of all, what languages you do speak.
I only speak Common and Kori. I highly doubt they're speaking Kori. But I wanted to ask.
It doesn't have an obvious corollary. There are obvious, and I should say this for Nisian as well, there are little echoes of what you pick up that might be halfling words, but it feels like ancient. It would be like someone trying to listen to Old English, and a modern English speaker would understand maybe a fifth, not even, maybe a tenth of what Old English was. There are some words that would have some kind of, things that are sort of kind of like it, but it's very, very different, almost an entirely different language. Middle English, more understandable maybe, but Old English, no. So it's almost like that. Very ancient, you would guess, both Rowan and Nisiana. But it might be halfling, just a very ancient version of it.
I basically, I'm kind of saying this to the group, because looking at the two injured people, I'm like, I really should heal them.
You really should not.
I really should.
They should be healed. That's a completely different clause then.
Wait. And Tanton reaches into his bag and pulls out like a 10-foot length of rope and and it extends upward, just stands on the deck of the ship. He's like, go in there. That is a different plane.
Liamon's tiny hut.
Well, it's a rope trick, but yes.
Well,
Okay.
That is a different plane. This healing effect may not apply in there.
well, I'll find out. I will look to them and I said, could you climb the rope so I can go up there and heal you?
Okay. He stands slowly and he says, where does this take me?
A slightly different plane?
It's a small room between. It's a magical room.
We are already close to magical rooms. Down below, they surge from it.
This is a different magical room. This one's up here.
He kind of blinks at you, and then he looks over at the other halfling, who identifies himself, by the way, as Norin, and Norin kind of nods, and so Davrik climbs, despite his injuries, with some alacrity, and climbs up into the plane into the space presented by the rope trick. You're following?
I am absolutely following. Because
Okay.
if this works, this will help at least when we're not in the middle of combat.
Okay.
I actually, once we're up there, I basically say in halfway, and I'm like, I don't know if you can understand me, but something's happened to healing, so I might be hurt. Don't worry.
So he may be probably, but you could also talk to him in common about that if you wanted. Because he clearly speaks broken common of some kind. In the way that you say it, he sort of sounds the same way that you would be listening to him. Like maybe he picked up a fifth or a sixth of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I go back to common and says, I will heal you. I may be hurt. Don't worry.
Okay.
And so, I mean, like, are we talking just a simple cure wounds, or are we talking?
Start small to test.
Actually, yeah, I stick my head out the thing. Meathandon, do you want to watch this happen?
The other halfling, by the way, Norin, kind of looks up as his
Just
head
head
appears.
just
Yeah,
pops
like
out
just,
of
Do you need to see if it happened? I mean,
probably should. And so he climbs high enough up the rope that the upper half of his body just ends.
Okay.
I'm like, I'll start small with a cure wounds, a simple cure wounds. Just one.
I'll stay outside, but I'm like
Yeah.
reading.
So add 5 to this, so 16.
16. You do not have the effect at the moment anyway. At least you don't feel anything untoward. It does cure, seems to cure most of of his injury.
Mm-hmm. I didn't glow red. I seem to be okay. And then I will do a second cure wound on him.
Okay.
Because... And that is
Rolling
14.
his divine strike. That is so weird.
Okay, so that's another 19. So I think is what I saw.
Now, why is it saying divine strike?
I don't know. Doesn't matter.
No,
Oh shit!
he's getting the
Like,
cure
good
wounds
news,
is-
I'm
he's
not
getting,
injured. The bad news is he's dead.
another 14 points.
Okay, 14. So a total of how much? Between the two, 30?
30.
30?
30.
Okay. Okay, he looks healed now.
And then I look at him and I say, I am sorry for Rose.
And he inclines his head and says, I understand. There will never be another Rose. But I will commune with her when time allows me.
Oh, and the whole time the dragons are doing the thing.
You notice, by the way, I want to emphasize this. It's not actually broken common. You think it's slower common, as if they are speaking carefully, selecting their words with care. I don't mean that in a creepy way. I mean that in a kind of like being careful about how they are being understood. Maybe that's a better way to put it.
I'm like, Nia Tantan, I guess you go down first. He goes down and then I go down. And then we see what happens.
When you emerge from the plane, Nisiana, you feel suddenly a terrible hollowness in your stomach. Yeah, you take 30 negative energy points.
Oh, okay.
So it seems to be that in the plane, while you were outside of the plane, you were protected. When you return, the effect remains. His healing does not go away, incidentally, but, you know.
That's good.
Yeah.
Ow.
Yep.
Do I see this? I was waiting for her, so
I think Nisiana would have to be pretty... I'll say this, actually, Nisiana. If you want to try to make a Constitution saving throw to avoid showing this, I'll let you do it. But otherwise, you're going to... 30 points at once is a fair bit.
Oh, no,
I think you would then wince and be very obviously...
I'm not that deceptive.
Gotcha. Okay.
I only lie to patients when I'm trying to
Exactly. Yeah, it's not a useful magic healing addict unless you're like, all right, I'm about to heal you for 100+ points, and the minute I enter the plane, I'm in big trouble. So, yeah.
Well, and it's important to note that she doesn't take 30 points of damage.
That's right. It's negative energy points. That's right.
So,
very important. Yeah.
I just feel something in me.
I will.
It just might be siphoning your soul. Don't worry about it. No big deal.
I will help Nisiana off the road and off the rope, and then just say, if I can do anything, let me know.
Well, at least I know what it feels like now.
Norin said, actually, Davrik would say, no, Norin. Davrik is still in mourning. Norin says, why have you come to our land?
Nerve.
He's just sort of saying that to whoever.
We are looking for... We are looking for someone who we need help from, if you will, and to help you at the same time. Do you know of the Dream Eater?
Now, when you say Dream Eater, both Norin and Davrik kind of look at each other. And you notice that even the Mount, who, by the way, the name of the Mount is Bright Eyes. And you can see why, because the Mount itself has these, like, very bright, glowing, intense, almost reflective eyes. Even it's sort of, when it hears the name. It's like, not quite that much, but, it's only one desire.
How did they close
they look at each other basically, and then Norin says, yes, the Dream Eater rode with our tribe for months, but now resides nearby in a river canyon. And then also thank you, Shadowed Mage, for 91 months of tier 2 support. 7 years, 7 months. Thank you, Shadowed Mage, so much. You just missed a dinosaur halfling rescue that I'm in the midst of. And thank you for everyone who's come in talking about how much they love Eberron. I agree. But thank you, Shadow, so much for the tier 2 sub. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. So so he says, the river canyon, we can show you. It is as safe as there is now in our home. Most places now are like this. And they kind of point down to you're now high enough that it does look more like an ant, swarm down below. And we had large hunting party. 20, 30 dinosaurs. 30 of us. Davrik and I, the only ones left. All of them gone.
I'm so sorry.
And Davrik says, it is the end of the world. The Dream Eater has seen it.
The Dream Eater has seen it.
Could we speak to the Dream Eater? We could use her help. And I believe that we can help in turn as well.
And they nod and they say, Norin says, "We will show you. Tell your ship where to go." And like basically says if you agree to that, they will lead you to where the plane actually is. And I'm going to bring us back to the map.
Yes,
I'm going
definitely.
to take off the dinosaurs thing for a moment.
In the meantime, I'm gonna be very curious about the dinosaur because
Yeah. So let's see. I'm going to bring you all
I checked just so
over
you know,
to-
Greg. Last time you mentioned that I was there during the last war. I was on the.
So
on
you
the
were there.
plains.
So then
Yeah.
you would have noticed the same thing about the heat,
Mhm.
Maramé, the fact that it's not hot right now, and in fact it's chill, which is not at all what this area normally is like.
Yes.
It's very much like not tundra, the steppes, right? It would be very much like that with the grassland. So he directs you, the halflings direct you to this, and Nisiana, while you're traveling there, it's about maybe 45 minutes to an hour directly east, more or less. And you realize it may be a good thing that you ran into these ones because otherwise it might have been hard to find it. This is not like a huge mega place that they're leading you to. Nisiana, the Bright Eyes sort of like comes over and sort of tilts its head, and Norin whispers to it, and it kind of like leans in towards you, and then kind of like narrows its eyes, and then.
oh my god. Okay, so she's the youngest one in the party. She like suddenly is 10 years younger.
Okay.
And she's so excited. And she like holds out her hands, and if it lets her touch the.
Oh yeah, it'll do that. You feel the sort of the smoothness and the coldness of the scales, and yet at the same time, just around its eyes, and of course you're very careful, is the sort of leathery and yet somehow still softness of the skin. And you can see that the eyes look surprisingly young, even if the skin itself looks like it might seem like of a creature that's older. And it always is slightly moving, like moving its neck a bit, kind of shifting back and forth a bit. The crew is obviously a little bit like, they're used to a lot, right? Yeah, they travel with you people that they see in a lot of things, or like dinosaurs on a ship, But they certainly have heard the stories. I mean, it's not unfamiliar, but the halfling barbarians and the halfling dinosaur riders at the Delenta Plains are legendary. So having one of them on board the ship is interesting, but the crew still gives you kind of a wide berth, more or less.
I will mention that I had heard of such dinosaurs as a child, but I never thought I would see one.
And Norin says, "This one is special. Little. When born, Bright Eyes almost died.
Oh.
Some members of my tribe thought should be killed. It would not be fast enough. I said no. You can see by the look what it thinks. I would rather have one that thinks fast than goes fast. But this one does both." And he kind of pulls himself up proudly, and then stops and looks, because you can see that Davrik is just staring over the railing back towards the lost mount. As you fly over the plain, you see more evidence, by the way, of this spiritual upheaval. Down below, you can see the spectral forces of warriors and maybe dinosaurs and other weird monstrosities weaving in and out of the silvery pockets of mist, and they fill the air with this muffled chorus of wails and shrieks and sobs. It's very much a little bit like if you were to take parts of the Gray, right? But then you were to imagine running little clips of history through it, as if you were just showing bits and bobs of like pictures and attacks and travel, and then it all slips below the mist again. And very much not the norm. Finally, though, you see ahead of you a lush valley that is cutting through the plain, hemmed in by narrow canyon walls. And you notice it because the mist clearly does not penetrate the valley. In fact, if anything, the mist seemed to purposely swirl around it. And as the ship is making its way there, Norin turns to you and says, "You may want to continue on foot. The Dream Eater and her hunting pack rule the valley. Travel in a ship, and you may attract the wrath of a Rex." And Davrik sort of nods solemnly and silently and says, "You do not wish to be the focus of a Rex." And the ship's crew basically tell you that this looks pretty freaking narrow. They could probably do it, but it's going to be hard to maneuver.
I guess we go on foot. I mean,
If on foot is the way we have to go, are we comfortable with that? I mean, I don't see that we have much choice.
As long as the spirits can't enter this place, we should be fine. Let's not start off on the wrong foot, so to speak, with the
While
person
this
we've come to
conversation,
see.
Yeah.
while this conversation is happening, I walk to the cockpit of the ship very quickly.
Okay. You can do that. It's basically the front. Yeah, the
Mhm.
bow.
Is there anything not nailed down that would conceivably be part of the ship?
Yes. Smart Brandon.
That's the not nailed down part that I'm not sure about. I mean, certainly there
Like, can
are.
I take someone's compass or something like that?
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
it's
yes.
been
Just
here
grab
for
the wheel. It's all good.
considerably
or a coil. No, I see what you're doing. Or a coil of rope or something like that. Yes, theoretically, I would say so.
large. Cool. Yeah,
Grab a
I
belaying
take,
pin.
I, I take like a cord of rope and just kind of wrap it around my shoulder, and I walk back to the group like I was here the whole time. Like, no one actually does this believe.
Nothing ever happened. Okay, absolutely, you can do that. Are you going to try to? Because the ship can set you down, like can drop to within more or less 30, even 20 feet, really, of the ground. So you should be able to then take ropes off the rest of the way if you wished.
Mm-hmm.
And Marimay, you can
Yeah.
also maybe dimension. I mean, I don't know if you want to lift the dinosaur to the ground, or dimension door it,
No.
or something.
I can dimension door it. We've
Okay.
done it once before. I feel like we have trust now. We're
Okay.
like
Doesn't
BFFs.
the ship have a bridge? Is this ship not accessible?
Not from the land. These things are only supposed to land at docks, specially designed elemental docks.
It's got the ring.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. It is not
We should talk to someone about accessibility issues regarding this.
like landing gear, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. So you head to the ground and then are able to do that. So if you dimension door down, also hi Prince Justin, if you dimension door down and the rest of you climb off, you're able to get to the bottom. What are you going to tell? Where are you going to tell the ship to wait or go? Because you're well
100
within the mist here, by the way. I should say, like the mist is not here. So
Up 100 feet and just wait right here. We'll
Okay.
rendezvous back when we come back out. It just keep it simple.
I have probably had conversations with various members on the ship in general. So if I need to message somebody, I can.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So you do that. The ship heads up and out of the way, basically. And that leads us to. Let me just make sure that I have. I think this probably will work.
And we'll go fight our way through the jungle.
Let me go. Let me go through this. Let's see. How does this sound? Yeah, there we go.
Theme from Jurassic Park.
Right, because the shelter of the canyon walls. So as you come into the walls, and you're accompanied, of course, by Norin and Davrik and by Bright Eyes, the shelter of the canyon walls ahead has allowed a pocket of jungle to flourish in this odd area of the plains. And so you hear the sounds of animal life, and suddenly there is heat here. It's as if you stepped out of this cold, clammy area, and suddenly, to jump out of game for a second, Amazon rainforest, right? Like you're just in the midst of it now. Every so often, you hear a... let me get the echo. in the distance, this cry, a reptilian call in the distance. And lots of bushes and things like that about. All of you, I would say, probably feel the sort of walls and jungle pressing about you, and the only ones that feel completely at ease seem to be Norin and Davrik and Bright Eyes, although Davrik, of course, continues to be despondent, as you might expect. But as you're walking along, I would like perception checks from all of you, please. Rowan, because of your observant feat, I'm going to give you advantage on this.
Aha.
Oh.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
Everything's wireframe, Marame, with a 27. Okay. Yes, so I would say that, let's see, Marame, Alarian, and I think just... Oh, sorry. Clearly not Tanton. Spanner? Because Spanner's with you, right? So,
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to give Spanner a check?
Yeah, give me just a second here. Let's see. What does vigilance do? Just means he can't be surprised. Okay. Spanner. It's perception. 23.
23. Okay. So he does that advantage? Okay. Well, then I would say that Spanner, Marame, and Alarian, you probably all notice at about the same time that there is a bush shuddering in the undergrowth just ahead of you. Just
Terrified. Scaredy bush.
something is clearly in the bush. And I will give Marame, who had the highest perception there, a chance to take an action, if you wish.
I am going to...
San Francisco.
I'm going to basically... I'm going to try speaking. What the hell? I'm going to say, come out from in there. Just very casually while pulling out my sword.
Okay. There is a pause. And then, leaping from the bush, is a tiny two-legged dinosaur that squawks, "Surprise!" Now, it talks in complete common. And I would imagine that Tanton... so Tanton is surprised into the, back into the...
Very much so.
To, back to salvation. No, but... and Alarian and Rowan would also be a little startled, but clearly...
No, yeah, I immediately draw sunshine on the thing.
Yeah, just like... but of course Marame and Alarian and... Who did I say was the other person?
Spanner.
Marama and Spanner are not shocked. And Norin and Davik sort of shake their heads. And Norin is like, Norin says, "Squawk, not funny." And Squawk says, "Who is about being funny? I am glad that we have visitors. It's about time. The Dream Eater awaits you, awaits all of you. What has happened to you? Oh, what has happened to your mounts? What has happened? Where is Rose?" And Davrik just shakes his head. And Squawk suddenly, I am sorry then. Norin says, "This is Squawk, was awakened by the magic of the Dream Eater." And the creature, which is probably a little bit smaller than Nisiana, actually, sort of walks up to all of you. "I am Squawk. I am sorry. I did not mean to surprise you. Well, I did mean to surprise you, but I didn't mean to do it when my friend has died.
You didn't
I am
know.
sorry, Davrik." And sort of comes over and nuzzles against Davrik, who, doesn't really respond. And Squawk then comes back and says, "Why have you come to us? It is dangerous. Dangerous out there, dangerous in here."
We are looking to speak with the Dream Eater.
And Squawk nods and gets this big, very non-velociraptor dinosaurish smile on her face and says, "The Dream Eater told me that you would say that. The Dream Eater tells us many things. You can follow me. No one else will jump out at you. And I will make sure. I am very careful, and it is because of me that the valley will stay safe. Watch." And like turns around and does this massive loud cry. Birds, fly out of the bushes. It echoes up and down the cavern. Like, not that you were trying to stealth your way in, but either anything is going to be scared away, or within a 50-mile radius, they will know that something is coming.
So everybody on the ship is like, well, they're dead.
Exactly.
Well, job's done,
You
folks.
see the
We're
ship
out.
playing Amazing Grace as it lifts up. And it's like, God damn it.
Tiziana basically has little hearts just popping over her head. Her eyes are giant.
Yeah. So Squawk is a hell of a conversationalist. As you go down, she points out all the different places to you to the left. She says, and this is what we call the darkest cave. It is a cave where the Dream Eater sometimes goes to have her visions, and it is also where sometimes they find their mounts, and they, excuse me, it like shoots off to the right, and then, and I have often been in the darkest cave myself. There are times too when we go to the highest cliffs, but that is more dangerous now with the mists. Have you seen the mists? Have you seen them yourselves?
Yeah.
Oh, I have not been out within it. I have simply seen them from a distance. Right now, they will not come here. They will be safe here. Yes? Yes, Norin? And Norin looks and says, I do not think we will be safe forever. We cannot hide from the storm. And Squawk looks very serious for a minute, and then it like, shoots out again. Every time, echo, 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 echo.
I think we need to time out, Drew.
When Squawk grows up, they're going to be... That's tremendous. The Velociraptor. Let's go, Drew. Let's go. The Velociraptor is tremendous. My goodness. Oh, that's great. My name is Squawk Lacan, the Velociraptor. Anyway. All right. So, all right. So, Squawk leads you unerringly through this area, and then proceeds through. And you can see there is this sense that all of you get. Rowan, I think you notice it probably first, because the others are maybe occupied with Squawk, but you may notice first because of your, observant ability, that around you. You can see just in the sort of walls, you feel as if you're being watched. There's not anything that's obviously like jumping out to attack you, but you feel like in the bushes and the sky above, there's this sensation of being watched.
No, Triffid, it's palalalalalalalachos.
Squawk routines. Good times, good times. Where else can you get good philosophy D&D jokes on a Saturday evening, everyone? He's capital O observant. Yeah, exactly. Oh my goodness. Let's see. So you have that sense, Rowan. I don't know if you want to do anything with it, but you sense that there's things around you. You're muted, I think.
No.
We can't hear you.
Nope, can't hear you.
Still can't hear you.
Nope.
Nope. Nope.
Whatever you're seeing sounds awesome.
You're not muted, but we can't hear you. Because I'm looking and there's no mute sign there.
Oh, that's true.
Do you need to unplug and replug your mic in?
Yeah, because we can't hear you right now.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Ooh,
Okay,
you're very
cool.
muddled.
You're muddled, but we...
Wait, not one.
Oh, now you cut out again. Well, I heard you very quietly.
Hello?
Oh, okay, keep going.
Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, now you're back
There
up
we
to
go.
normal, yes.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, I don't know what's happening. Okay, cool. I want to approach one of the places where I suspect something is watching me.
Okay.
Like,
Some
like
of the
what is in
jungle
there is
side to the
bushes,
left.
yeah.
Yep. Okay, you can do that. You don't see anything, but you feel it. There's a sensation.
Like from the bushes itself?
Yes.
I enter the bushes. I just walk into the bushes.
Well, the bushes are very dense.
Yeah.
Okay. So you push in, you're making a lot of noise as you do it. And when you push in, there's nothing there. And from outside, kind of muffled by the jungle, you hear, "There are many around, but don't worry. They will all be there to support you. They're from the Dream Eater." And then there's a pause and you hear, again as that sound. You don't sense it now, at least not where you are, Ron.
I push my head out of the dense foliage and I go, it's my experience when people want to see you but don't want to be seen, they typically don't mean well.
And Squawk says, "You have nothing to fear here, but the Dream Eater must have protectors. That is how she keeps the valley protected. You are strangers, although you are accompanied by Norin and Davrik, and they tell me you saved them. The Dream Eater has foreseen your coming. You will be safe. I give you my word." And she bows very low, which at her very tiny height is not very high. That's not hard to do.
I say aloud to the rest of the group, I feel like we're walking into something that's going to be a mess very quickly.
That never happens to us.
I don't know.
It
that we
can't
have
be
much
worse
choice.
than Spinweave.
Okay. Point.
So, and we have A, the Herald here, and I indicate Squawk, and B, these two to vouch for us. I'm not too worried about it. If they were going to attack us, they already would have.
Squawk gives you a beaming, sharp-toothed smile.
I don't smile back because I can't. It's all good. But I will nod to her.
Me still wrestling my way out of the bushes. I go, I just want to remind you all that the last time we were welcomed with open arms into other people's abodes, two of those three times people tried to kill us.
Well,
Dinosaurs.
the one. Oh wait.
Nisiama just is like, but dinosaurs.
Did the vampire guy? They did the stone heart or what you call it, the thing at the
Yes, my
Wizard's
Undying Heart, yep.
Conclave.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's right. I was about to kind of like, wait, no, he did do that. Shit.
Yeah.
I mean, Rowan, if you'd feel safer back at the ship, you know where it is.
No,
I've
need
died before. I'm just saying that this is unpleasant.
Oh, man. The Spock line. I've been dead before. Okay. So, assuming that you continue to go with caution, you may be happy to know that it is not long after that when the trees part to reveal a crystal blue pool fed by a lazily flowing waterfall. And you see what look like 3 enormous reddish rock formations until you all look more closely. And if you look at the stream, you recognize that they're not rocks. There are 3 enormous dinosaurs lounging on the sun-soaked rocks, and they watch you with these placid expressions. But after a moment of observation, one of the 3 of them begins to shudder and shrink. Shrink.
Dinosaur druid.
And you see a Jarashtar orc, her black hair woven with bones, stands up in the place that the creature just lay. And Squawk bows low and says, "Dream Eater, I have brought them. I kept them safe." And the Dream Eater says, with sort of a small smile, "I know. I have heard you, Squawk." And the others sort of the other dinosaurs, she stamps forward a little bit and inclines her head and says, "You have come to the center of this valley. It is a place of safety for now. I am what they call the Dream Eater. I have sensed your presence. But why have you come to me?" You can see, by the way, that she is a very impressive looking, as I mentioned, orc. Dark greenish skin, multiple scars and tattoos, and she stands with her arms by her sides. She is not muscle bound, but you were all very, very much convinced that if she wanted to, she could leap forward and perform fairly great feats of strength if she so wished. There's a kind of litheness about her. The other thing that you notice is, I would like you all to make nature checks for me, please, quickly.
Minus +1 more, just so you know.
Okay.
So it's 21.
21.
18.
Okay, 18,
By the way, if you can hear the
15.
caterwauling, it's just me not wanting me to play ball with her.
Oh, that's okay. I just assumed it was other creatures in the jungle, so it's fine.
That's what I figured.
Merime and Rowan, you noticed something odd about her behavior, but Merime and Nisiana, I think you both notice a little bit more about what exactly is odd, because you notice that she never blinks. In fact, as she moves occasionally, you see her neck kind of, not unlike Bright Eyes, the dinosaur that's with you.
Okay.
And she says, "Why have you come to this valley?"
I'm fascinated by her because I've heard of her from my people.
Yeah.
I'll take a step forward and say, "I've heard of you, Dream Eater, from the Kalishtar elders. It is an honor to meet you."
And she says, "From one of the Kalishtar, it is an honor to hear of it. I have spent much time in your worlds."
We have I'll cut to the chase. We are trying to stop the Emerald Claw. And to do so, we need access to the realm of the dead.
The realm of the dead is closing in upon us. If you wait, you will have more access than you could wish.
We would prefer getting ahead of that and getting there first.
Those who tamper with the seals and the doors may find they have received a bargain they would not have willingly chosen.
As you said, it seems that the bargain has chosen us already.
What is this Emerald Claw?
They are trying to raise war across the lands. They raised the dead against their wills and used them in experiments to fight their battles. They are not friends of the realm of the dead, and they try right now to, well, restart the wars that haunts us still.
You mean they wish to enter the realm?
They wish to enter it, or they're already there.
If they were there, I would know it.
Of course.
You see her hands clench and unclench slightly.
We have reason to believe they're seeking something from inside.
To power them or power something of theirs.
Where would they seek to enter this place? No, not this place. Sorry, the realm. Where would they seek to enter the realm?
What did the letter say again?
What's
Inside
the
a
city,
creeping
isn't it?
maze. Yeah.
But isn't it the city, the ruined city?
Yeah.
Hang on, got notes here. I think somewhere.
Okay.
Maybe.
I do too. I'm going through them right now. That's where Tanton, you were traumatized there.
Tell us about the.
Yeah, tell us about the
In
trauma.
exhausting detail, yes.
In
It's the city that was destroyed by the Mournland.
yeah,
Right.
Not-
Metro.
Metrol.
Metrol.
That was close. That was getting
Thank
there.
you.
And
Visibly winces as soon as the name is said.
okay, and so she sort of like lifts her head and then tilts it again in that odd jerky way and says, Metrol. Metrol. A modern name for an ancient place. That, and then her eyes widen slightly. The seal. They wish to break the seal. And she sort of stops, and you, as she says this, you can hear the the T-Rexes in the back, and like bright eyes next to you. The two halflings kind of stir, squawk, nah, just gives a slight cry, and she says, "So the seal is why the dead have stirred. I know nothing of the gatekeeper's magic, but I know the ways of spirits. And it is true. The realm will enter more than just here. Normally, when we are close, spirits may enter and leave again, but only in certain places. It is as if pressure is relieved when they are allowed to do so. But if all the places are opened at once..." She shakes her head and looks at the two halflings. "You were attacked." And Norin bows low and says, "Our hunting party was destroyed, Dream Eater. Only Bright Eyes and Davrik and I remain. Rose left in the rescue. Her spirit has passed on." And the Dream Eater sort of nods solemnly, goes over to Davrik, and holds out her hand and just places it on the top of his head and whispers something and that you can't make out. And then he sort of is, you see he's kind of swaying back and forth, his eyes closed. She lifts her hand up and she says, "He will commune now with the spirit of his mount that has gone. There may be a moment where they are reunited in the future. For now, it will be of comfort to him." And she steps back and says, "I can give you something to strengthen the energy of souls bound into that seal. I can give you the energy of the spirits to help you seal it and prevent this emerald claw from opening the end of the world." And then she stops and says, "But I have seen an end. Whether you can stop it..." She shakes her head. "I do not know."
Our job is to try.
If I am to help you, then you must assist me. We must gain the energy we need. For you see, the weakening barriers surrounding the realm of the dead Dolor have stirred a much greater soul. There is a great evil, an ancient evil. It is an ancient dragon that haunts the fringes of our world, spurred by death and madness. We must defeat her before her twisted dream becomes our reality. And the people kind of, the halflings react. You can see some of the other creatures, and there are more now that you can see all around. Various birds and, of course, other dinosaurs. Occasionally you hear in fact, I would say at one point you probably hear a call overhead, look up expecting to see a bird, and it's actually like a pterodactyl flying by, right? And you can see they all react the same way. She says, "If you would do this, then I would seek your help. My people of old would not have done what I would do, but because they would not do what I will do, the world around them would be destroyed." And she pauses, and she says, looking at you, Merime, "You are one who is versed in the world of dreams. Then you know that dreams can become reality, yes?
Quite.
If you are willing, you may accompany me to the Boneyard. It is the region where the line between realm of dead and living is thinnest. There you will find the remains of the ancient red dragon Carnelian. Once her remains are found, I can dream of her. She wishes to return to the world. We must destroy her again within the dream."
That, of course, whatever we need to do.
And she pauses and says, "Then you may ask questions of me, and I will respond as I may."
Is she behind this spirit invasion?
No. But the invasion has made her return possible. Carnelian dreams of Eberron. The longer she dreams, the closer the connection becomes, and soon she will awaken in new form. She was a mighty spirit, as an ancient red dragon. And she just shakes her head again and falls silent.
Will the negative energy for healers, will that continue when we are there as well? Even fighting in dreams? Will the healing magics still be troublesome? She said, glancing at her sister.
You speak of the healing curse.
Mm-hmm.
This also comes from the closeness of dead and living. Yes, a dream remains as such. What you believe happens in this world will happen in the dream world as well. I could tell you it would not, but you would not believe me. And belief is what matters here. You will be affected there as you are here. You will live there as you do here. And if you are not careful, you will die there as you would here.
I understand the power of dreams.
You're not going to go alone, are you?
She will not defeat anything on her own. But she understands the world of dreams better than all of you. Yet I will bring all of you into the dream. And she pauses and says, "When we arrive, the creatures of the dead will not suffer her bones to be disturbed. You will have to protect me while I engage in the ritual. The border between the realm of the dead and the living, and the realm of the dead and the plane of Zoriat, is very thin." Now you all know, without having to do a check, that Zoriat, Xoriat, is the realm of madness. Essentially, this is a land in which there is a three-part connection. the realm of madness, Zoriat, the realm of the dead, Dolor, and Eberron. Not a wonderful combination.
Eberron's pretty good.
Oh, yes. It's the combination that's the problem. And she says, "You seem brave to me. But," and she kind of, her eyes narrow, and she goes over first to Tanton. Your dreams of the places here are darkness to me. You are linked to the place that this emerald claw would enter. Yes. What of your nightmares? And her unblinking eyes kind of stare at you.
Does not meet her gaze. You just
Okay.
kind of half staring at the ground. And he's like, "The nightmares."
She nods slowly. Then she goes to Alarion. You do not dream. You know of them, but do not feel them. Yet, in you I sense. And she pauses, and then for all the world leans in as if she's like looking closer to like a map. Reads your face to the extent that she can, and says, "There is a debt you will need to pay." And trails off and just waits.
That bargain will be met in a different time. We have this pressing matter now. Unless you have some way that can assist me, I suggest we concentrate on what we're about to do here and now.
She neither nods nor shakes her head, but just turns away. Comes to you, Nisiana. You are connected with the dinosaurs here. She kind of gestures to Bright Eyes, to the T-Rexes, to Squawk, and she says, "Why? You, who must keep these," and indicates the party, "healthy. Why are you interested then in the rest of us?" And when she says us, she indicates the dinosaurs.
I don't know, but I find them beautiful and wonderful and part of all things and all life. The thing that I serve. Need there be more in the simple joy of the magic of something like a dinosaur?
And she kind of raises her head again, tilting it slightly in that dinosaur-like way. Says nothing. Turns to Rowan. "And you are suspicious. You sense things looking at you from the shadows."
I like being the one doing the looking, if that makes sense.
You look and are looked at always. She backs up. She says, "It is well. We will go to the boneyard. But we will not make it on foot. And so, we must travel elsewhere. She pulls a necklace from beneath her hide shirt, and as she raises it to her lips, you see it is a wooden whistle carved like a dinosaur. You don't hear a sound as she blows, but almost instantly you hear crashing sounds from the tree lines, and suddenly 5 powerfully built dinosaurs, similar in shape to the lounging Rexes, leap into the clearing. They are all, there's one for each of you, and she says, "These are your mounts, and you will care for them as for your own lives, or I will have you answer for it." Then she turns and says, "Mount," but as she says mount, it comes out, "Mount," as she into this T-Rex form, turns down at you, turns her head down at you, and you hear, "Follow." And that's where we're going to bring our session to a close.
So excited! Nisiana is just like,
Yay!
like, if we still have any of the mind link up, you all can feel the utter joy.
Gonna be riding a dinosaur. Gonna be riding some dinosaurs. And you're going to be entering a dream and defeating an evil dream spirit of an ancient red dragon. What could go wrong?
Exciting.
If you're going to restore the soul energy of this seal. Really, really was looking forward to tonight because I was really looking forward to seeing everyone's reactions to dealing with bunches of dinosaurs. And good work from everybody, too, on the rescue. That was obviously not going to be easy to do, and it wasn't going to be like, I'll just throw a couple of ropes down and, bring that dinosaur up. I mean, they are medium creatures, so it's not like bringing a T-Rex on board or something like that, but it was, especially when you had a horde of the restless dead, it was going to be difficult to deal with it. And you can see that you have come probably to the right place, but this stuff is all connected, obviously, with other things you've experienced at this point. So, Talenta Plains time, y'all. Talenta Plains time. I will start with the gentleman at the bottom right of the ziggurat. John, good work today with Alarian. Obviously, I love the image that you were like, all right, I'm going to take up the dinosaur. Then you're like, all right, now I'm going to take up the 2 halflings. Then Rowan does the thing with Bigby's hand. You're like, fine, I'm just going to get the 1 halfling who's going to do the thing. I'm going to be like, but I love the image of you sort of lifting off with Nisiana and, sort of climbing up with the other halfling as, the creatures are like sort of swarming you to kind of build up. And it is going to be interesting to see how to handle something where you are in a world of dreams, which is not a common element for Alarian, obviously. That will be very interesting to me, a stranger in a strange land, as it were. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you?
Yeah, this was extremely interesting. Did not expect spirit invasion on the plains, and I never got to ask. I think it was the guy who lost his mount. I can't remember his name. I think he mentioned something about magic doors were near magic doors that are like they're coming through. Like, and then I wanted to follow up with that, but we never got the chance to. Like, all right, we'll do that later. Because it sounds like these spirits are coming from somewhere. Like, well, they probably need to be stopped. But that's tomorrow.
Yeah,
problem.
or patchy breaks maybe in the sort of space-time continuum, as it were, like the planar barrier. So
yeah. But it was fun. It was a great part of coming down there. Like, okay, I can't fight all these things, and then of course I kept getting shoved back. The sunburst was great, and then of course Nisiana's turn. Like, okay, phew, that's a little extra time.
Yeah, because honestly, if just to quickly note, if you had not figured out a way to keep the horde back every turn, one of those 4, one of the dinosaurs or one of the halflings would die every single turn. So you really had to be like, you did lose one of them, but you could have lost all of them. Like you had to keep them all off. So
yeah, exactly. No, a lot of fun. It was certainly a creative challenge. I was all set to carry that sucker up there if I had to. I'm pretty sure I could do it. But it was solved before I had to, so it's all taken care of. But I was just trying to make sure, as usual, that Alarian's the last one off the ground. So, and then this thing is. I was about to say, if the Dream Eater wants to get into a staring contest, I'm your Huckleberry because I don't blink either. So, but this is going to be unusual. I have to be honest, I thought she was going to bring up the one time when Alarian was put to sleep way, way, way back, and she didn't. That was interesting. And I wasn't going to bring it up to her either because it's none of her business. But yeah, it was an interesting conversation that she brought up, and I'm like, well, if you can help me, fine. If not, we have bigger fish to fry.
Yeah.
So it was very matter of fact. I wants to get onto this because after a Shadow Spider thing, like Ancient Red Dragon Bones, 6 of one, half dozen of another, but always ready. So next session is going to be very interesting. A lot of fun though. Great to get back to it.
Good stuff. Thanks, John. Anything you want to quickly highlight about stuff people should be checking out?
Everyone's in Milwaukee from the 26th to the 30th of this month. Stop by and see us at Adepticon. Have a lot of fun.
Awesome. Excited. Thanks, John. Good stuff today. Moving right up to Jen. Nisiana, of course, a lot of good stuff today. I loved there's always one or two in these things that are going to be delighted about the dinosaurs, and you were able to provide that sort of channel that, yes, awesome dinosaur energy. So there was that. And I really enjoyed also, you were thinking a little bit about, you had the turn undead. Everyone is trying to do their own, radius thing to kind of get the undead away. But the fact that you were all grappling with this thing about the healing situation, which, as Trent pointed out, is not it's not damage to you, but it's continuing to build up. It's really the best comp is just exposure to radiation. It builds up over time, and eventually radiation is going to get to the point where it will do terrible damage to you, and that is what we're looking at if you're not careful. But you're a healer. Like, what else are you going to do if people start getting hit? And you haven't, that thing you dealt with was not combat per se yet, but, if the dream world is like the real world, whatever, there's going to be things to deal with when you get there. So a lot of interesting things I'm looking forward to, and I figured you might appreciate getting to ride your very own dino at the end there. So how did you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I am super stoked about the whole dinosaur thing. And it just kind of goes with all the past role playing, driving the sled, the soar sled, the other sled, those things. And she actually doing pretty well on them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, apparently somewhere in my DNA is a dinosaur rider. So I'm very excited.
Mm-hmm.
Little taken aback by the question from her, but I'm just like, do I need a reason why I'm excited about dinosaurs? Come on, they're dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what more do you need than the simple joy that dinosaurs exist? Also, all things serve Eberron, and, even in the Dreamlands, I have faith. My faith is the same there, too.
Mm-hmm.
The healing, I am a little bit concerned about the healing thing, but I also am aware that I will have to do harm, but there will be enemies to harm, so to make sure I can keep healing.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that was basically it there. I am online, mostly on Blue Sky or Instagram, and chat. Let me tell you, you do not know the joy, I say, of massive kitten farts. And I swear, it's like twice or 3 times. Like, suddenly I started getting gassed out, and I'm like, where are you little fuckers? Because I didn't even know where they were. And suddenly
it was perfect. You're in the jungle. There's weird smells. I mean, look, it's just...
Yeah. So that was the thing. I'm just typing to Maria. I'm like, kitten farts.
I was very supportive.
Yes. Also, Augment 1
pretty.
is out, and it is beautiful.
Look at that. Does it feature anyone prominent, like, people that I can think of that might be in a certain ziggurat
I don't know,
here?
Marie Bilodeau and Brandon O'Brien.
Oh, those two. Well, I mean, listen.
And a certain editor also had his fingers in.
Really? Amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm very excited. We have full page art. Even the ads are in character.
Very proud of the work Jennifer's done to bring this to fruition. Couldn't have done it without her. Did a fantastic job.
So, otherwise, if you want to see more cats, there are a lot of kitten pictures on Jennifer_Brozek on Instagram. I curate my Instagram to be wholesome and joyful like Nisiana.
Very nice.
Because Nisiana believes in you, and everybody deserves kitten pictures.
That exactly. I love it. Thank you, Jen. Good work tonight. Good work as well, Brandon, from Rowan. A couple of big notes there. First of all, excellent work on the sunburst, because it made sense under the circumstances to be thinking about, again, radiuses, like how to get, because they're coming from all directions, right? And you're just, I think all of you immediately picked up, not that I would expect anything less, but all of you immediately picked up, like, we're not just going to go down there and just fight and just basically kill all these things. Like, you're not going to do that. So, you know, you had to get them out, and that meant this is the way to do it. And the careful spell thing was very, because I was thinking, I'm like, I don't know if you want to take a chance that they're all going to make these saves, but when you careful spelled around it, then obviously that made it much more likely. And of course, then we had the issue of you actually going through the jungle and having to figure out what's going to happen in terms of these creatures. You know, your own experience with the dream world as Rowan. I'll be interested to see what you feel about that. But this sense of, I want to make sure that I'm, like you said, I want to be, you know what I'm looking at myself, you know, not just be looked at by other things. That is going to be very interesting in a sort of definitionally strange place like what the Talenta Plains and the Boneyard that you're going to actually are. How did you feel about tonight? Where will the fine folks find you next?
So yeah, this is fun. I'm very hilariously pleased by the idea that we will get to see next game that while Brandon O'Brien is mildly enthused by dinosaurs, Rowan is having the experience of, I am not going to write this thing. This doesn't seem healthy or productive at all. But yeah, at when we saw the ghost fight outside the ship, my first thing was, maybe we don't want to get in a fight. Maybe we want to actively, physically risk our own lives as little as possible. Like, we can help them. Maybe we don't want to actually stay here very long.
Yeah. You even said that to Nisiana, right? You were even like, you should not be healing them. Like this, that you don't heal them, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because my big thing is, while a lot of this is still obviously sentiment, Rowan's big thing in this moment is, you kind of need a healer in the event that something happens to you. So let's solve this problem with as minimal effort from Nisiana as possible, so Nisiana could go back to doing the thing that she's supposed to be doing.
Yep.
And everybody's like, yeah, but that requires more effort from us. Like, yes, that's the goal. So yeah, I'm gonna, like, Rowan is gonna be on edge the whole time because, like, permanently losing our healer before we solve this problem is gonna be a hell of a thing. So yeah, we're just gonna have to continue forcing this thing as often as possible. And not knowing the parameters of actually doing that thing, like having one very awkward experience in the dream world, having to deal with dinosaurs, all of this is like, yeah, you can't con your way out of this one. This is pure problem solving, and this is not good. This is not where my area of expertise actually lays. So yeah, this is gonna be actually very trying for Rowan. So we'll see how that goes. Also, hey, of course Nisiana would say that. So yes, I'm very excited. I'm pretty sure this is the first time. Well, again, I am new to the Citadel, but I'm pretty sure this is the first time anyone in the Citadel has fought a dragon.
Yeah. Rakshasa. You fought obviously multiple skeletons, specters, spider god avatar, things like that. I don't think we've had a dragon that you've had to deal with, although you've certainly encountered dragons, theologically speaking. So, yeah.
So yeah, that's going to be pleasant as well.
It's fine though. It's a dream dragon. No problem.
Yeah, it has its own
fun.
there.
As someone who ran a game of Girl by Moonlight on your channel several years ago, I have a lot of feelings about dreams.
Well, doesn't this
dreams
thing
are
feel...
a bad place to have to,
no, I was going to say,
actually engage in combat.
Doesn't this feel like a straight up Dark Souls Elden Ring? Like, we go to the boneyard, we like take the thing, like, we know the drill. You see the health bar, it comes out in the, like, clearly,
when you said that, I actually did literally imagine, like, you know how in a Dark Souls game you'll walk up to an object and you'll touch it, and then it'll just immediately cut to the cutscene of this,
Yeah.
like something rushing out of the ground and grabbing you, and suddenly you're in a completely different location.
Exactly,
That's how I
and a
imagine
choir
we're
singing.
actually gonna...
Yeah, a choir,
Yeah.
ho 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 ho, you know, like immediately starts singing. Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, that's going to be very pleasant. We are not prepared to get to that confrontation with that dragon, and I hope that we do not take too much damage. Because then the Sienna will be in for it, and we just have to hope for the best. So I guess this time I have to behave, right? We'll see how that goes. I no longer have Fireball, I have Sunburst. Sunburst is worse. I need to make sure I always have some sorcery points on me at any possible moment. But yes, hello everybody. I am Brandon O'Brien. I am a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago, and I am your poet laureate for Seattle Worldcon 2025.
Yay.
A reminder that if you have not already nominated for stuff for the Hugos, you have lost your chance. Please be better. But yes. I hope that you all did in fact nominate for the Hugos. I am very excited to see what you have nominated for the best poem Hugo. If you are indeed nominating, I'm very excited to see what that ballot looks like when we see those finalists very, very soon. As previously mentioned, I am in Augment Magazine. So if you want to read a story about whether magical storms are making it unsafe to live in the Caribbean, you should pick up the first issue of Augment Magazine. I am doing so many other things and my brain is frazzled by all of them. But this is my reminder to you all, ! Gray Shade. The RPG is coming out very, very soon.
Gen Con.
I'm very, very eager about the thing.
Yep.
Greg and I had some very eager conversations about it just a couple of weeks ago when I was over there. And we have come up with even more fascinating ideas for what we want that book to look like.
Yeah.
So if it isn't already on your radar, you definitely should be pre-ordering the thing. And I think that's everything that I need to mention right now. So yeah.
That's good stuff. Although I will add into it that that Brandon, I'm looking at the top line, that Brandon is also your new monthly columnist for Rascal News, writing about.
Yes, that also did happen.
Which is a big deal. So.
Yay!
And there was an interview done by a Rascal News correspondent that Brandon and I participated in about fantasy and science fiction authors playing tabletop role-playing games, which was such a ridiculous premise that, I mean, we just
yeah.
Kidding. But it was a good interview,
I totally
and
forgot.
Yeah, and Brandon got the job, so congratulations.
Yeah.
Yay,
I totally
congrats,
forgot to mention that because I was going to mention that last week as well. I'm very excited for that. That first column should hopefully be coming out in April. I'm very excited for people to read that. And I'm also just like very jazzed about how it happened because they had messaged me about doing an interview for that piece about SFF writers and TTRPGs. Just a couple of days before I was heading to Connecticut to meet Greg. So I was like, well, you wanted to ask me about Speculate. It's in the email. I'm going to be with the co-host of Speculate in a couple of days. Do you want to wait to do this on Saturday? And then we did the interview and then they immediately emailed back and was like, you know where we have a space open for our columnist. You can apply. It's like, okay, cool. We'll see how that goes. And now I'm doing the thing, so that's actually very, very, very cool. So I'm excited both about that. And if you haven't read that TTRPG piece, not only am I in it and Greg is in it, but so many of your other very favorite writers are in there.
Mike Underwood.
They spoke to Mike, they spoke to Carlos Hernandez and CSC Cooney, they spoke to Yoon Ha Lee about the Nine Fox Gambit RPG. I'm pretty sure they spoke to Cassandra Kaw as well, I can't recall. So yes, that piece is actually very, very good and you should read it. But that's because you should read everything in Rascal. So yes, that's me.
Good stuff. Thanks, Brandon. I just put a link to it. I think it may be behind a paywall, but honestly, it's an independent news site. I was able to get the article for $1. You
should definitely support them. Their subscription is actually very, very cheap, but you could just gain access to individual pieces for as little as $1.
Yeah.
You should definitely read their stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely worth doing, and I agree. It was a good interview, and I am excited for all that. Super excited for Gray Shade being released at Gen Con this year, so we have a release date. Very excited about it. It's going to be awesome. Thank you, Brandon. Moving right up to Marie. Again, excellent work from Merime. As we talked about, this was going to be this is clearly going to be a moment where Kalashtar dreaming comes to the fore, and Kalashtar's your Kalashtar heritage, which, as we know, has been rather fraught for you, for Merimee, is going to be something which will come to the fore, and more of that will sort of come into play as this goes forward. Again, I don't know whether we ever thought that you were going to Dimension Door a creature, but now you can say you've done that. Not everyone can say, I Dimension Door a dragon up to an airship. That's a phrase you don't hear every day. But you had a chance to do it, and yeah, I'm going to be very interested to see how Merimee addresses and feels about it when arriving at the Boneyard, which is very much, in my mind, a combination of a lot of different things. But if you ever watched the classic 1980s Dungeons and Dragons cartoon, best episode of that without any question is at the Dragon's Graveyard, where all of their weapons are like ridiculo powerful, like seriously. But anyway, it was very, even for animation, which is not super great. Okay, it was very atmospheric at the time, and I just had this image of the concept of going to what a Dragon's Graveyard is like. So it's gonna be cool. Anyway, I'm very curious to see how Merimee handles it. Marie, how did you feel about tonight? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I mean, we saw dinosaurs, so it was pretty fun.
Yeah.
And Merimee is very excited to see her sister excited too, because she's been a bit, dealing with stuff. So she's excited that Nisiana is excited, and she got to Dimension Door up a dinosaur, which was pretty cool. So yeah, no, it was good. It was a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing how the whole dream thing goes too. And Merimee is very fascinated by the Dream Eater because she has created her entire identity around dreams, whereas Merimee has tried to escape the dreams. So it's an interesting juxtaposition in Merimee's mind. So that is fun. Yeah. So thank you so much. Very fun. Looking forward to the next time when we get to fight a red dragon in dreams. That's gonna be totally not deadly. And so I am going to be here next whenever that is. If anybody's in the Ottawa area, I don't think you are, but if you are, on Tuesday I'm giving a workshop to the Ottawa independent writers on world building. So that is actually online, so anybody could come. If you are planning on coming to Ottawa or you want to join virtual CanCon, the early bird prices are ending on end of March, so buy your tickets now. It's on April 12th for virtual CanCon. I'll put the link into the chat. And also, I just finished the last book in my second trilogy in the same world that takes place 20 years after my first epic fantasy trilogy. So it's really awesome, really powerful, kick-ass women, and lots of world building and shifting magic, and just I love it so much. So I just finished a trilogy that has the middle-aged, because some evils take more than one trilogy to come to defeat, So I will share that in the chat as well. And if you want to check that out, you can start at either trilogy when they're in their 20s or now when they're in their 40s, and you can go back and forth. I built them that way. So thank you. I had a great time. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Marie. Yeah, and you totally should get all those things. Thanks, Marie. Finally, Tren, as always, good stuff from Tanton as well. I loved the image of you running back and forth and fire when you see the, the image of that, although for you it's kind of like, do the thing with the, blizzard blop, whatever. You knew the engineering, but not exactly what would happen with a ballista per se. But then also thinking about I love the idea that you're trying to intellectually, as Tanton, figure your way around how to deal with the healing problem and the negative energy and all that kind of thing. At the same time that there is this emotional, in the background about almost this, I don't know if you think it's true for Tanton, but this sort of dread of what awaits whenever they arrive at, what's left of Metrol and all that business with the seal and everything. So all of it is tied into that. And every time you meet one of these characters that's like, I can see into your soul, you're like, no thanks, don't want to have my soul seen into, so there was that too. But it was really fun to see Tanton, several sides of Tanton with that today. How'd you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Well, to the D&D episode that you were talking about,
so good.
It really is. And the reason that they had to go there was because their weapons stopped working, and they needed to basically recharge them at the Dragon's Graveyard on the moon, I think. Anyway, whatever it was. But when they got there, and Hank is about to shoot Tiamat with his energy bow, and she asks him to stop.
Yeah.
And she's like, I don't want to fight you here. And so Tiamat calls for a truce with these guys because she's afraid of their weapons and how strong they are here. That is amazing.
I wanted that energy bow so much when I was a kid. Oh my God. No need for arrows. Just draw it back and immediately energy arrow. I was like, oh, please. Like, God, I love that so much.
Same. As for the other stuff, every time we get anywhere near the wall, the dead gray mist wall, Tanton gets really tense.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that, I mean, I know I've mentioned it to you, Art, and I think I may have mentioned it to Rowan, or to, I'm starting to associate people only with their character.
That's what I'm saying.
I know. So I think I mentioned to Brandon that Rowan has probably seen that any time we're near the wall, Tanton will not look at it. And he like looks at the ground. If we have to go through it, he looks at the ground. He looks at anything else. He puts himself in his book or something, and he just follows whoever's right in front of it. He will not look at that wall. And the closer we get to it, the more the dread continues to grow.
Yeah.
And of course, the merry-go-round thing did not help. Not at all. We got a flicker of something when we realized that yes, the alchemists are also susceptible to it, and the kind of look of worry that crossed over his face for a second before he managed to rein it in. A lot of it's just and I love it. When she's like mount and starts changing, my first thought was if Tanton were in his right mind, he would have looked from Nisiana to Spanner and seen this thing just turning into everything. It's like, it seems a bit gratuitous. I don't know.
Give me some time. I could make something up like that.
I mean,
if unnecessary flex, really.
Right? Yeah. No, just if Spanner were actually a conscious thing, he would have just like looked up at Tanton like, "Can you make me do that?" No. Kind of. Please. I could, but I'm not going to. But with the cannons, after doing all the stuff, I realized that I can cast magic weapon on one of them, and make it a magical weapon. But I was like, could have done that. Didn't think of it until after we were done.
Which is very appropriate because you probably would have thought about it either in this situation.
Right.
Like,
exactly.
Yeah.
So what I figured happened is that Tanton went below decks. Like right to wherever, basically wherever Rowan went to get the rope, is that Tanton was in there. He had papers spread out on a table and was just working on something to try to distract himself. And just to see Rowan just walk in and just completely clocks that Tanton is there. And just goes and grabs the rope and walks out, and he knows Tanton didn't see him. You know, it's just like, nope, he's gone. I don't have to worry about him. And I love it so much. This game is so great. So great. Where will people see and hear me next? I don't know. Probably here.
That seems reasonable. But definitely check out Trent's wonderful narration work. Oh.
The anniversary of, I think, the Full Moon Group. I mean, I know it was a story that I narrated. I think the anniversary of that publication is coming up, of the podcast, the narration of it. I think that's coming up.
Oh, cool.
So I'll put it on Blue Sky. So just follow me on Blue Sky and you'll see it.
Very cool. Good stuff today, Trent, and really good stuff from the whole Infinity Beyond crew. Sorry we had to reschedule, but I'm glad that we got back on the wagon, as it were, and we will continue forging forth as we move into the home stretch of this game. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing players of Infinity Beyond? Thank you to Trent Sparks, to Marie Bilodeau, to Brandon O'Brien, to Jennifer Brozek, and to John Helfers. Great job, crew. I will see you back here for our next session soon. Bye for now. Alrighty. That was good stuff. I really also, I have to say, this thing that I'm listening to right now, the music here is Jungle Ruins by Tabletop Audio. And it had like this perfect, like, just this sort of like creepy, like this sort of tense thing, which was just like 100% fit while we were going through this. Like I was really, really enjoying that a lot. And it just reminded me of the way in which we're able to really get cool sort of environmental effects and things like that here as a part of it. So it was great put together with everything else. I really like this portion. I've really enjoyed all of the Oracle of War. There's been a fair bit of heavy lifting that I've had to do to give it a lot of connective tissue. There are a lot of bits of it that are mine. There are a lot of parts of it that are NPCs that there's a whole bunch of stuff, which is often the way I DM, but like I've had to do it a little bit more of it with this campaign. But I really like the bones of it, if you'll pardon the reference pun, so to speak. I really like the bones of it, and I am very excited to see what happens down the line. It's going to be awesome. So, but that is going to do it for me for tonight, although we are going to do a raid. We had a pretty solid turnout today, and so please do stick around for the raid. When we do, it is very simple. If you are not a sub, do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid. If you are a sub, you can do this, and you can do all of the Arvanese: Arvany Hype, Arvany Roar, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown, Arvany Swole, all of the Arvanese, Crit Hit, all the Arvanese when you are brought over automatically to the place that we are going to be raiding. I'm going to be back to you folks on Tuesday. I'll be back with the Gamebook illustration stream of the month with Tari Tunes, also with the final vote on the Patreon fueled chat chosen game of the month, and you should check that out right now. The options right now are between Far, Lone Sails, Little Big Adventure 2, and Nobody Wants to Die. And right now, Far, Lone Sails is in the lead, so definitely get your vote in for that. I'm going to be playing that a week from this Tuesday, but this Tuesday will be, as I say, the Gamebook illustration stream, and then that afternoon on GOG.com, more Neverwinter Nights Doom of Icewind Dale, if you like this whole D&D thing. And then on Thursday, I believe it is, let me just double check and make sure, but I think it's on Thursday. On Thursday, wait for it. On Thursday, we have got, hold on. Yes, Thursday. So I should say, actually, so Tuesday is that. Wednesday is Community D&D with more Waterdeep Dragon Heist. And then Thursday night on the 20th, we get back into Expeditions Rome, which is going to be super cool. And 1 week from today, D&D with viewers as we continue with Legacy of the Green Flame, which was a lot of fun when we started it, and you're going to get a lot more of that too. So it's going to be a good time. But that is going to, having said that, that is going to do it for me here. So please stick around for the raid. If you like what you saw and heard today, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube at !ArvTube. Thanks for everyone who was over on the YouTube today. Please subscribe to us over there as well. It's free for you to do that, but it really helps our algorithm. I am too, Prince Justin. I really am, actually. Discord is !ArvCord. You can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter, !ArvTweets until that site completely implodes, at which point I hope everyone is following me over on Blue Sky, !ArvSky. Follower numbers there have been great and building quickly, so please do follow me over on Blue Sky. Website, arvanelleron.com. Again, don't forget to check out Hearthglow, ! Actually, yes, Hearthglow. But if you just go over to my website, arvanelleron.com, you will find Hearthglow there. The limited run podcast that we have been doing since about August or September of last year, that is going to be coming to a close in April. It is going to have one more recorded session that's going to be done here in a couple of weeks. And then the final recorded session with myself, Carlos Hernandez, C.S.E. Cooney, Adam Petrosino, and Zach Clay. That is going to be happening live at the Sacred Heart University Shine Auditorium in southwestern Connecticut. You should definitely stop by and check that out. It'll be happening Friday, April 11th from 4 to 8 p.m. Eastern. I'll have information about tickets and all that pretty soon, but you'll be able to get there. There's a parking lot right next to it, so you just need to get there. I would love to meet any or all of you there. I'm hoping that those folks that are there, we might even be able to get a dinner afterwards or something like that with the Arvanauts who show up there. So I'm hoping for the best. This should be a good turnout, and I'm excited. I love doing these live events, obviously, so that's going to be a good time. And again, you can find that on arvanelleron.com. Also, don't forget about Gen GMs, Gen GMs, which is my DM tip show that I do with Zach Clay. I'm going to be doing another recording of this on Monday, which means we'll have a long recording coming out soon thereafter. We've had a lot of shorts that have started to pop up there again. You might have noticed both on my channel and Gen GMs, we are getting short videos out again, thanks to live suing, and Miesco, my social media manager as well. So very excited about that. Let me see. What else do I need to mention? So we've got all that stuff going on. Also, on the financial front, !ARV shop, merchandise area. If you want to get a shirt like this, which has the best bad idea we've ever had, the King's Citadel on the back of it, you should definitely check this out. We have a lot of other stuff there as well. More stuff to come. If you would like to support us here, you can also support the Patreon right there, !ARVtreon. Would love to get that into triple digits. That really does help us financially, so any support people can give there is welcome. Cool stuff for you, like epic poems and epic character backgrounds and stuff. Cool stuff for the channel as well, so please do that as we move towards various channel goals. Subbing to the channel really helps too, as a number of you did today. You get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, and you get those tabletop inspirations. And for the stuff that we're doing for the rest of the month with inspirations, that would definitely be helpful, so please consider supporting us there. And on the financial, I said that, on the publishing front, !Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts, !Library, that's my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library, that's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and !Greyshade is my Greyshade IP, Greyshade, Renegade, and Heretic, the Grey Assassin trilogy, all coming out, all already out from Athos Arts. The audiobook of Greyshade from our very own Trent Sparks, you can get at that link too, and you can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade coming out from Alligator Alley, and as you just heard, designed by our very own Brandon O'Brien, The Rising Tides. I'm very excited for that. That game is going to be absolutely baller. It really came out well. He did a great job with it, and I am super excited for you all to see it. I'm like, I want it to be like award bait stuff. Like, I really think it's great. So, and not just because it's my IP that's being dealt with, but I think you did a great job with it. So it is coming out at Gen Con. So pre-order it now if you want some more awesomeness of tabletop play and be in on the ground floor, as it were. And as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. !Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And !Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage. And we send the message, we'll do so for others in that situation in the future. Just before I say goodnight to everyone, I do want to mention, for those who had not heard this, I did want to mention that my daughter, Little Arv, is now Bridgeport's first student poet laureate. I was very excited that she was named that. There is going to be an official ceremony coming up next month. She's going to, the Connecticut State Poet Laureate is going to be in attendance at that ceremony. It's very cool. I'm extremely proud of her. She did wonderfully with those poems. And to follow up on it, she got her driver's license yesterday. She succeeded. She passed. She got her driver's license first try, no problem. So my daughter is, she's grown up. And she's growing up in a wonderful way. So super excited about both of those things for her. It's been a difficult couple of weeks in terms of some of the news we've had here, but those have been very good bits of news that we have been super happy about. So I figured I would share that with all of you who know and love Little Arv, and I know there are many of you that do. So, but I will see you folks back here on Tuesday. I want to thank the amazing and awesome mods of Prince Justin, Shadowed Mage, Triffity Mats, and Drew the Damager. Amazing mods all. Thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers, Prince Justin, Shadow Mage, Triffid, Drew, Tren, and thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Axemen, Black Fury, Butthurt, Jagtress, Light and Passion, Nonstop, who is a sub but is lurking, Radio Johnny Panda, and The Rising Tides. Special thanks today to my wonderful Infinity and Beyond crew. Thank you so much to Tren, to Marie, to Brandon, to Jen, and to John. Great work as always. Please stick around for the raid, and I will see you folks back here on this channel Tuesday afternoon for the Gamebook Illustration stream with Tari Tunes. Until then, everyone, please be good to each other, and have a good night.
Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Valerian, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe, no matter what the cost. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, so that her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister and the Citadel is more necessary than ever. Tantin, the brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him, and how much worse the next war could be. Nisiana, the heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, yet even in the midst of doubt, hope remains. Rowan, the wild card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but they aren't the only ones sitting at the table. As the shadows gather, will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief tied to the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Arulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. Capturing one of the Claw's most powerful lieutenants and sent to negotiate peace with the nation of Thrain, they survived another assassination attempt and saved the Thrain's leader from the continent-wide vengeance of the Undying Court, only to discover they'd been betrayed by an ally who was not as she seemed. Now the King's Citadel must stop the Emerald Claw once and for all, using their new knowledge and new allies to finish the Claw and gain the information they need about the Oracle of War before it's too late. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, stop the Emerald Claw, and discover the deepest plans of the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world within and without Salvation.